morning, everyone. Thanks for surviving the first day of Cool Days. We are having ahead a very exciting day today with plenty of different talks. We are going to have also some great things at the end of the day with team building, beautiful things that our marketing team. You see, I'm new at this, eh? Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. So yes, we have a full day packed of really great things. We are going to have fun during the conference with many different talks. And also we are going to have fun after the conference with many different activities. And if you have any questions, you have our wonderful marketing team to answer them at any time. So I think that's all. If you do not have further questions, we will move for the first one, the first lightning talk from Miklos about writer overview. So thank you very much, Miklos.
Hello, good morning. This is meant to be a writer overview thing, although with an emphasis on how we turn selected parts of writer to be a collaborative editor, which is always a challenge. You can't just magically solve this. You need to think about the collaborative editing part in each and every piece. I guess we had the slide yesterday, so I can skip that. One primary difference for the UI compared to desktop writer in Collabora Online is that you have the notebook bar by default, and all the theming or the coloring is meant to be quite familiar to you in case you are arriving from some other popular Office suite. So we have all the tabs with the content for the notebook bar. In newer versions, we also have these logical separators to somehow group functionality together for things that are belonging together. Is it the cable that has this? Okay, it was working there, but not over here, so that's interesting. Okay. If that turns on, this turns off, so you need to choose. But I guess this is the better combination. In any case, I will go through functionality inside these tabs in more details. So once it returns, then it's like this. Like in each and every tab, you have some sort of larger group of functionality like reviewing or form filling, content control, spheres, these kind of things. And inside that you have groups of buttons, and then that gives you the actual specific functionality of something. I would like to highlight a few things where we explicitly worked on something to be compatible with the online editing model. Do I get a different cable? Okay, I can keep talking. I promise not to change the slides till I get this very nice repair service. So one thing is that it used to be the case that in case you want to convert to some different format, you need to stop editing with the editor, and then you do a convert to some other format, or you save it in some other format. And instead, while you are editing, you can also now download in multiple formats. So it does not matter what's your current format, you can download it in ODT or RTF or OXML formats and so on. Some of these are just giving you the end result instantly. Some other formats are giving you a variety of options, like the PDF export one, and that may look like we just exposed the desktop writer dialog for you, but that's way more complicated because for each and every of these dialogues, we want to do this in a way that while you have the dialog open and your editing section is blocked till you interact with that dialog, some other editor can still interact with the document. So this means all of these dialogues are asynchronous, and that adds a bit of complexity. So in each and every dialogue you see on the online writer user interface, we had to adapt that to make sure it's compatible with the collaborative editing model. one of the things which are visible here is the PDF 2.0 support for PDF. There was a dedicated talk on that from Tomas yesterday. Also, it's nice to have multiple editors, but if you don't really see where others are, it's much harder to collaborate. So you have your own black cursor, or like something that's visible on the document background. It will be a white cursor in case you use some black theme, or like dark theme. And you also have the collaborative cursors of others. They are colored. They also have some labels so that it's easier to see who they are. And also on the top right, there is a list of the editors. So you can see, by default, you just see their avatars and how many of them are there, or like the first few. But you can also click on that and you can follow somebody. So in case, like one use case we have is, there is some meeting you take, and there is a primary person who takes meeting minutes, and everyone else is just following that. And by default, they don't interrupt. But in case something inaccurate was noted down, then sometimes it's so obvious it's just easier to fix it, and you don't need to discuss if it needs fixing. Just do it. Also, there is some support for simple operations where undo redo is working with collaborative editing. So that's a bit of a problem. Normally, undo redo is easy because you have a fixed state. In case you had 3 actions, then you can only undo the last one and then again the new last one and so on. And with collaborative editing, you would have to reorder that. And for complex cases, that's really hard to support. And so for simple cases like just typing to the document, we can do this reordering. Also, there was already a talk on auto text, and I think for the workshop there will be also a section where all these templates and auto text and so on will be discussed. So auto text support is now working in online. You have all these rich text formatting like comments, footnotes, endnotes, reference marks. We discussed yesterday there is a new navigator on the left-hand side to navigate the document and so on. We have direct formatting, and also as part of that we have these matrix compatible fonts, so that in case you don't innovate in a way that you have some custom font which looks good for you, but in case you send the document to someone else, it will look strange. If you stick to these fonts, then it's much more likely that everyone will see the same output as you intended. Then there is a separate dialog for formatting of pages, page size, headers, footers. You can have custom orientation, columns, these kind of things. I had a talk on electronic signing yesterday where I went into more details, but in short, the point is that you can easily integrate eID Easy into Collabora Online. You just need to configure it as an admin because it costs you money, and you need to decide how you give that to your users who will spend your money on this. But apart from that, in Collabora Online, you can create signatures which have some legal meaning, at least according to EU regulations. So that's nice. It's really complex to work with all the countries in the world to have some proper signature, and that's why we are partnering with them to solve that kind of many countries' problem is their problem, and we focus on the technical excellence here. So that's something you can insert, and then you select your country, you provide your credentials, and at the end you get some valid signature. Of course, direct formatting is nice if you want to have something quick. But ideally, you should use styles, because in case you later change your mind about how the document should look like, then you can change the style and everything is updated. Of course, which style is used where might be far from clear. So we have this recent new feature in online exposing the underlying spotlight feature of styles. So this is now highlight styles on the UI, and then you have this indicator on which style is used for which paragraph. Then also, oops. Can this turn off? Oh. I will keep talking and, yeah, okay. Perhaps that helps. If I keep talking, then it reappears. So we have styles for characters, paragraphs, pages, and the idea is that for almost all of your formatting, it should be possible to do with styles. We also have template support, so in your integration, you can configure things that you have a folder with pre-made templates, and then you can you can quickly select what's the template which is closest to your needs, and you don't have to start with a blank document in case you want something pre-populated. Also for images, we have all the complex formatting that you would expect from a word processor. You can just have the image inline, or you can have this very complex positioning, like how it's positioned to the left of the page by 2 centimeters and this kind of things. You can also crop these, scale things, scale this, rotate this, and so on. For lists and lists, we have numberings and bullets. Also, in case you work a lot with lists, then it's useful to learn some of the key combinations to quickly do the most frequent operations. So with tab and shift tab, you can indent, like increase or decrease the indent. What's perhaps less known, but I find that really useful. If you keep pressing the Alt Shift, then with up and down, you can shift up bullet points from like bottom to top or from top to bottom. So again, that's not like you select that, you cut it, you delete the empty bullet, you move down, you create a new empty one, and then you paste. It's just a simple key combination once you know this. So I find that quite handy. Then for tables, we try to support all the complexity which is usually there in existing documents. Tables, nested tables, floating tables. One concrete small thing, we see this, that in many documents there are these multi-page floating tables, not really used intentionally. If you notice this, and you don't really need that complex functionality, you just need a table which was made floating by accident, then we even provide you with an unfloat button, so you can convert back to an inline table, and that's a simpler problem. You get faster editing, less trouble. Also, there was a whole talk by Attila yesterday on document extraction and transform. That's there also in Impress, but it started for Writer, and that's where we have most of the functionality. So it's all about, you have a bunch of documents which have some common property, like it's perhaps it's the same form filled by 100 people, and then you can have some machine readable extracted format of the document. You can also mutate these documents to fill in forms or do something creative. Once you use styles properly, you get a few things for free. For example, a table of contents. If you used your outline numbering correctly and you have the heading styles, then you get this without much work. You also get change tracking. There was a dedicated talk on change tracking yesterday about the recent improvements. What you see here is that we have a dedicated dialogue there as well. So depending on your workflow, you can either work through those changes and just decide if you accept or reject those changes and always jump to the next. Or you can have this manage changes dialogue. You see a list, and as you click on one of those items, and the cursor is jumping to that track change, and then you can decide what to do with that. We have content controls, which is meant to be equivalent to the third generation of these fillable things on the Microsoft side. This means this is something that can be filled in programmatically. Also, the filled in data can be extracted programmatically. And also, if you decide, then we can create fillable forms based on this. That's for form filling. And yeah, like this is meant to be just giving you some overview on what Writer is providing. There is always more for each and every of these there could be a whole talk. For some of these areas where we have been quite active in the past year, there have been dedicated talks, and later today there will be also things which are around Writer. But still, like to sum it up, we hope that Writer gives you all the tools to create good-looking modern documents. It's important that we build all the rendering on top of LibreOffice technology to make sure that we have a high fidelity rendering. We are not promising to be pixel perfect for every large and complex document, but we believe that we are quite getting there. It's quite close to real perfect pixel matching. Collaborative editing is considered for each and every functionality that we expose on the online user interface, so that's quite important. It includes some undo-redo support in the context of collaborative editing, and if you edit alone, then we have quite substantial code just to make sure that whatever you do, it's almost always possible to undo that. There are these tools to change tracking for you, auto text. There is this direct formatting versus style formatting with styles. We can decide which one is closest to what you need instantly. There is once you are done with editing your document, you can always export to PDF and sign it. And we believe that this is some frequent use case for Writer documents, this form creation, form filling, form extraction, these kind of things. So I guess that's in a nutshell, this is what Writer is providing to you. Thanks for your attention. And we are looking for Naomi to...
Yeah, I will do my...
Okay.
You are free. As you saw, we are experimenting some IT issues here, and we have a beautiful guy helping us. So give us 5 seconds, and we will be back. Naomi. Yeah. As always, turn off, turn on. All yours.
Hello. Yes, okay, we're all good. Cool, so I'll be talking to you about Calc. So Calc, oh no, I didn't even touch anything, I promise. So yeah, what is Calc? So Calc is a powerful spreadsheet editor, perfect for personal use, business use, complex operations, and keeping track of your side hustle, if that's what you have. A lot of people seem to have that nowadays. Yeah, so Calc is a fully featured spreadsheet editor. So you don't have to worry about missing any of your favorite features or finding new ways to work if you're used to something else. Of course, it's collaborative. You can edit spreadsheets at the same time as other people in your team and follow what they're editing. You can filter and sort your data and then turn them into useful graphs. whether that's for a marketing report or to see how your vegetable patch is growing. But we want to give you more than the basics. So there's powerful features like cell protection, which can be used to lock down cell sheets or entire spreadsheets. So you can let other team members work on your documents without fear of anyone accidentally deleting your data. We've got powerful charts. So charts are a great way to visualize what can often be an overwhelming sea of numbers. There's bar charts, pie of pie charts, scatter graphs, and so much more. But sometimes you need smaller charts. So we've got spark lines, which display small line charts and scatter graphs within cells, which is useful for visualizing your data and seeing what trends are there. And then pivot tables can be created to rearrange data. So these are powerful tools for taking large amounts of raw data and sorting by categories, showing and hiding sections, or sorting data categories. And we also have conditional formatting. So with that, you can add automatic color scales to data and apply the ranges automatically. So you can compare data, identify outliers, and see any high or low performing items and trends. Data bars are a fun combination of color scales and spark lines, which you can use to display bar charts within cells to compare numbers. So it also has a friendly and familiar interface, so it's not a nasty surprise and you don't have to retrain to use Collabora Online Calc. The controls and layout are very familiar if you're used to using other spreadsheet software. And there's lots of simple icons to identify what each thing does. So if you get lost, there's also documentation about where you can find things, or you can check out our Feature Friday videos to see how to use things. Calc is super flexible, so you can import and export a wide range of existing spreadsheet files, including Microsoft format, CSV, HTML, and of course open documents. And you can then powerfully export into PDF so that you can give a polished look to your spreadsheets. And then, yeah, for those less familiar with inputting formulas, or for those like me who just forget which combination to use, you can use the UI to help you input correct formulas. And there's loads more functions to choose from in 2504 as well. Yeah, so it's not just about the simple functions, so there's an impressive array of functions for more power users as well. And Calc is all about making everyday tasks easier as well. So with the new focus cell, you can see where you are in the spreadsheet. So you can find out where you are when you're sifting through large amounts of data. There's also named ranges, so you can find certain ranges of data by calling them what they are rather than having to remember a certain cell for a range. And then another personal favourite of mine is duplicate record handling. So you can filter through and find any duplicate records. And add summaries below or above your data. And then copy or autofill, which is another favourite of mine. It just makes life so much easier. And yes, Calc has powered cool days with my ginormous spreadsheet. Can you zoom in? No, for GDPR reasons. But yes. Yeah, Calc is ready for you, whether you're doing financial modelling, classroom management, sales, accounting, or just want to emulate an RGB monitor inside a spreadsheet. Collabora Online Calc is ready for your needs.
Very good. I'm looking forward to the RGB monitor integration next year. Does this one work too? Good. Right, let's go. Hello, I'm Stel Richard Brock, and I'm back to talk to you about the exciting world ever-changing, ever-upgrading, ever-improving world of Impress. So, what is Impress, I hear you ask? Very faintly. Thank you. There we go. Someone's on level. It is a fully featured presentation editor. There we go. Ooh, this is not the slides I thought it was. Anyway, that's fine. The things I did last night are not there. Excellent. So, fully featured. This is what we mean by fully featured. There is a huge amount going on. Of course, I'm not going to bore you by going through all of these features, but just to give you a quick snapshot. But it's not just the stuff in the ribbon. We've mentioned this a few times. We're using your screens well, and so we have fun things like slide layouts. You can see in the bottom right. So if you want just a heading, or a heading and some text, or a heading and some text and text and text and photos, or anyway, you can make sure that everything is presented really nicely laid out, and just sort of consistent throughout. So that's quite fun. Oh, this is really sad. It's not the fun one that I made last night with the exciting. No. Shall I change? No. Anyways, so we have exciting slides transitions. So we can move around from. Actually, maybe I will. Let's see if we can do it. Can the magical tech people at the back just put on the holder slide? Can someone poke them? Nope. Maybe. It's much more fun this way around. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. That's right. I've got my own holding slides. Don't worry. Just need to skip through Mick Cloches. You don't want to do that again. And fun features like Shift F5 to start from your current slide. Ooh. There we go. Good. Okay, we're back. Nothing happened. So slide layouts, that's fun. What else can we do for you? Ooh, that's right. That was worth waiting for, wasn't it? Would you like another one? There we go. Oh, yes, there we go. Or maybe if you are as flamboyant as Michael, you might like. Yeah, there we go. That's right. There we go. Or a bit more reserved. I sort of quite like. This is for the. Anyway, so we can do fun things. We can do 3D fun things. There's all sorts of great stuff going on. So there we go. That is slide transitions, slide animations. Oh, where's my graphic gone? Oh, there we go. There it is. So we can have things sliding in. We can have them. Oh, well, that's not a Collabora Online feature. You know what? It's probably going to work better if I push this back in. Oh, we're back. Good. Should we try that again? Oh, we can squeeze in. Oh, we can. There we go. We can do all the fun. So there we go. There's a lot going on. Master slides. So you can make sure you've got fun things like page numbers at the bottom of your slides. Fun facts, did you know this? You can see at the bottom there, it's a sort of 2 out of 17. If you're working with some other proprietary software, they don't seem to know how to count. And they don't have a entire page number. So you could have to write 17 on your slides. And then when you add a slide, you'd have to write 18. There you go. But so have clever things in your master slides. And then, of course, we have a master slide editor, which is wonderful. And Pranam promises me that he's doing even more work on it to make it even more beautiful. So that's that. They say a picture speaks 1,000 words. I suppose a video speaks 24,000 words a second. So we want to make sure that we have lots of these in presentations. You don't want to listen to me reading text, so you can add things into your presentations, and then, of course, you can manipulate them and do fun things with them. I'm just not going to move. And magical pixies will work it out. Good. So you can manipulate your images. So this is really useful, really powerful. Make sure that you have your layers correctly, so you can pull things to the front, push them back, center things. Quite a nice one is actually flipping stuff around. It's a bit silly with text, but sometimes you just want image on that side looking this way and text on that. So it's lots of powerful things. God, looking at that slide, it's nicely lined, wouldn't you say? I wonder how he did that. Oh, probably a bit like this. So we have nice things to make sure that you can snap to a grid, just to make sure that your elements are nicely aligned, or you can sort of snap to each other. So again, just trying to make sure that you have the most professional looking presentations that are possible. Ruler bar, you can talk to Darshan about this if you want to learn more. It sounds a bit dull perhaps, but I think it's quite fun. Yeah, it's really, really useful if you want smart and professional presentations, not presentations that look like. There we go. So there we go. Ruler bar, get things sorted out, get them straight and doing what you want. It's got all the standards you'd expect. We mentioned this already. You have seen it start from the current slide. You don't have to, whiz through to try and catch up. Present in window. That's a really handy one for conference calls. So presenting in a pop-out window, and then you can share that window and not the rest of your screen. That's a question. Hello. Then you could select. I would have thought so. Yes, you can stream. Yes, I've used tools that do that sort of thing. I don't specifically know with OBS, but yes. So that is I think is exactly the sort of use case we're talking about. So to stream a specific part of your screen, and then you keep access to the rest of it. So you can still see the video call, you can still see the Wikipedia page that you are using to sort of talk about. I mean, you know everything, of course, but or you can still see the notes that you're writing down. So just trying to use screens in a clever way. And then, of course, the presenter console, we've talked about this before, but with notes and seeing what's coming up, moving around, all of that kind of thing, and trying to keep things to time. Copy and paste slides. This might look familiar to you. It's because it's been copy and pasted from yesterday. So there we go. It does, in fact, work. But there's another way that you might want to edit your slide decks. So you might have a master slide deck that perhaps just has 50 slides of all of the features of your product or all of the unique selling points about your organization. But next week you're going to a conference, and instead of a 15-minute talk, they've only given you 5 minutes. Well, you could sort of delete everything and start making more documents, or you could just hide a few extra slides. So you keep them there for future use, but when you press F5 and you go into the present mode, they won't be displayed. So that's, again, just another handy little trick to use your slide decks really well. And then again, we spoke about this before, but things like custom interactions, so powerfully moving around the presentation or playing other things, and there's all sorts that you can do with it. Oh, I moved. Oh, I've lost this one, but you've got that one. That's okay. Curves. So if you are drawing diagrams to show the flow of something through your system, you can have nicely Béziered, is that a verb? I think so. Curves going from A to B, looking smart. You can crop images. Probably don't crop your logo. This is perhaps not the best way to show it, but you've got that picture from the last year's conference, and you just want to crop out Michael. That's very possible. You just pull it in from the side, and he's gone. So as we said at the beginning, it is a fully featured presentation editor, really powerful, and there's even more coming. So yeah, thank you for listening. And up next, it's the wonderful Skylar.
Thanks. Yeah. My slides have gone. Okay. Don't move. Okay. Well, that's fine. All right. I'm Skylar Gray. I work on the mobile app at Collabora, and I'm here to talk to you about it. So I'm going to tell you, what the mobile apps are. They're for iOS and Android. That it allows you to use Collabora without your laptop or your desktop computer. And it allows you to use Collabora completely offline, so without being connected to the internet, without your server. So yeah, they're usable on phones. Here is me with an iOS phone and also my Android phone. But they're also usable on iPads, Android tablets, and Chromebooks as well. So you can access, full Collabora on your Chromebook without being connected to the internet. So why wouldn't you just want to use desktop then? Well, maybe you can't use desktop. You're traveling, you're going on a train, or you're going on a plane. There's no Wi-Fi, there's no power, you've only got an underseat bag. The tray table is half the size of your phone. You're not going to pull out your laptop, surely. You can use documents when you're away from your desk. Maybe you just want to go and comment on something that some colleague of yours has written. It's not worth a trip to the office, but it probably is worth pulling out your phone and adding a comment. Or maybe you've got a train ticket and you want to open it up as a PDF. Well, you can do that. Here's a ticket I bought to travel to Scilly when I was last in Belgium. I couldn't have pulled out my laptop for that. Why wouldn't you use your mobile browser? Well, you can't. You can use documents without the internet with Collabora. If you're on a plane, you don't necessarily have Wi-Fi. Maybe you're on the Eurostar to get here, and you know the Wi-Fi is not always great, especially when you're like under the sea. Well, you can still edit documents. That's great. It's fine, the slides weren't important. It's also better integrated with your mobile device. Here's the font picker on iOS. You can change fonts to any fonts that are on your device. If you are using Collabora Online in your browser, then you can only change fonts to fonts that are on the server. But in iOS, you can install fonts from apps on the App Store. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to use them in your presentations? But hey, a question that I'm often asked when I talk about the mobile app is, well, I always have a laptop. I'm an integrator, I have my own platform, I don't really care. Why are you talking about this, Skylar? Why should I care? Well, yeah, sure, you have your laptop, and yeah, sure, when I'm commuting, I commute by bike. I'm not very commonly, editing documents as I travel along there. But mobile development can make things better outside of the app too. The mobile web view is improved by my work on the mobile app. So if you're accessing your own software outside of the mobile app, for example, if you're using Nextcloud, say, on your phone, my work will help you there. I added touch support in presentations, in the new presentation view. I added swiping left and right to change slides. I added swiping up or down to stop presenting. This is a feature that was made for accessing the new presentation view in the mobile app, but it will help you anytime you've got a touch device, whether that's in the mobile app or whether that's on your own integration. And it can also help with stuff that's not necessarily touch-focused. For example, videos playing and pausing. Previously, when you were playing a video in your presentation, it would just start playing as soon as it loaded. For mobile, I added playing and pausing videos. And that works not only in touch devices, but actually on all devices. You can now click to play a video, and click to pause the video, and click to start it again. I'm just going to continue. It's fine. All right. That's it. That's the mobile app. That's what it is. That's why you might want to use it. If you would like to, learn more, I've got several talks about this. For example, I've got a mobile overview talk on YouTube. If you want to contribute, there are plenty of ways to do that. You can do that by creating issues on GitHub for us. You can do that by sending us in reviews on the Play Store. There have been some awesome reviews from people that have really been insightful and helped us know what people want to see in the mobile app. I read every review. I've also got some talks if you're interested in the technical side on building and debugging, and we've got build instructions on our website. So if you're interested in contributing and you have a mobile device, I would love to see you help out. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, question, what's up? Yeah, absolutely, I'll upload the slides. All right, next up we have Miklos with some performance improvements. We're doing, okay.
We have some other performance enhancements we're going to try. So talk amongst yourselves for 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere, but the magical technical people at the back are going to do some technical magic. And we're going to have a beautiful, seamless, almost as beautiful as Collabora Online, perhaps. But we set the standards high, so there we go. Chat amongst yourselves. Ask your partner, did they sleep well? Are they enjoying? Who knows? Anyway.
it okay if I start? Is this working? Yeah, it's working. Is it okay if I start a little bit earlier so that others have some more space for their valuable talks? Fine. Fine. This is meant to be a talk about performance and interactivity improvements in Collabora Online. This will include things that I am quite familiar with, server-side improvements, writer stuff, this kind of things. But it also includes client-side things, which is mostly work done by Chris, and also it includes work from Kela. So it's a real teamwork to try to do improvements around performance at all levels, so that at the end you get some coherent product where each and every piece is meant to be performing well. So first on the server side, one feedback we get from time to time is that there is this thinking that in case we render everything on the server side, then perhaps the root of all performance problems is that you do some action on the document that has to travel as an event to the server. There we do the action and it has to travel back to the client, which takes time, so the product has to be slow. And it turns out this is not the bottleneck. And in terms of numbers, you can see some durations of various things in life, how long they take. And what we really care about here, in case you want to examine if like this remote rendering is the root of all problem or not, is how much time does it take to have a packet traveling from your browser, let's say from Frankfurt to London. And it's around 27 milliseconds, something like that. And if you look at what's the latency of your Bluetooth keyboard, that's already longer than that. If you take into account how much time it takes to actually type those keys as you are typing, depending on how good or bad typist you are, and when you are thinking about what to actually type, all these things are require way more time compared to the network latency. So when we started to profile things, it turned out that there are things that we can still improve and not run into any kind of problem around the network latency. So that's probably good news, because what has to be improved, the parts that have to be improved, are things which are easier to improve compared to speeding up network latency. So there is a group of 3 concrete improvements that we did in 2504 in writer and in all components on the server side. One concrete improvement is that on writer, in case you have a large document with many pages, then whenever you change the document, we need to update the layout. You type enough characters, which means you need to move that word to the next line or to the next page or something like this. And it turns out that it pays off a lot to do a quick synchronous layout just for the visible part of the document, and then do an asynchronous, slower layout for the parts which are not visible. So, for example, in case you added a few new paragraphs at the start of a long document, then at some point that will increase the page count. But what you are primarily interested in is that you press a key and you want to almost instantly see a result. And that part is doable in case we prioritize the visible area of your document. So this is what we measured here. You can see a flame graph here about like where the time is spent. These flame graphs are a very effective way of communicating what is the performance problem. What you see there is that the width is of this chart is proportional time. So in case something is wider, then that's bigger performance problem. In case it's smaller, then it takes less time. And also you have this stack of various items here. So that's in the software source code is the various functions. So in case you find something which is unexpected for that action, the lower it is and the more probable that you can eliminate that, the bigger impact it will have. in case you find something at the top, it should not happen for that action. It's still good to optimize the TOI, but you will have a larger impact in case you optimize something at the bottom. And the actual color of these cells are not that interesting. That's just to make it easier to differentiate between the lines. So that was one improvement for interactive editing. Prioritize the visible area and do the rest in an async layout. The other use case we have is in case you have a large document and you want to load that, then we can load the document and only lay out just the visible part, like that's typically the first few tiles, the first page of the document. We can do that separately compared to the rest of the document. And that also gives you some nice speed up. Especially for documents with multiple hundreds of pages, this makes a big difference. Now, something that is useful for other components as well, not just Writer, it's also helpful for Calc, Draw, and Impress, is an optimization on invalidations. The LibreOffice core code base is using invalidations quite liberally. The thinking was that when this was not triggering some network traffic, but it was working offline on the desktop, then it was relatively cheap to invalidate something. Also, if you invalidate a big, large area, then you are on the safe side. What the tiny bit that needs repainting will be definitely repainted. So that's still better compared to overdoing the optimization, not invalidating something, and then invalid content is visible on the screen. That's a larger problem. That was the thinking several decades ago. Now, with online, it actually does matter how much you invalidate, because invalidations cause network traffic, and that adds latency, and we are much more sensitive to that. So what we do is we track the areas that we already painted, and in case the code would try to invalidate an area which was not painted, then we can optimize these invalidations away. And that helps a lot if you count. Thank you. If you count the amount of invalidation protocol messages on a document load, ideally this would be close to 0 because you did not change anything yet. So it should be a small number. And for, again, a larger document of multiple hundreds of pages, this was in the range of hundreds, and now it's less than 10. So that was a good improvement, I guess. Now, for specifically for Calc, there was some work from Keelan on profiling how this threaded formula compilation is working in Calc. And it turns out that we had some initial workload with some well-known, quite frequently used benchmark documents where it was working nicely, but then later some correctness problem was discovered, so logs and correctness fixes were added later, which is fine because first we want to be correct and then we want to be fast. But it turned out that there was this shared number formatting which turns your integers to some string that can be painted on the screen. And it turns out that that was a big slowdown, to the extent that actually trying to thread something slowed down the entire process. So that kind of kills the whole idea around threading. So with a series of changes from Keelan, we now have quite a good story there. It actually makes sense to thread like large spreadsheets because it is noticeably faster that way. The last server-side part I would like to point out here is that we have something called watchdog profiling, which means that we have a main loop on the server side which kind of have jobs. So one document is one Git process, and that has a main loop, and that has jobs to be processed on the main loop. And we should have many small jobs there so that in case we want to interrupt something or we want to prioritize things, then we can do that. That also means that in case there is one job which is quite long, then that will be a problem. In case multiple users are typing, then we want to make sure that we can switch between these users with many small jobs, not few and large jobs. So we have a watchdog which can signal us in case any job is taking more than 100 milliseconds. We call this stalls. And then we needed to find some rare syscall to hook into the profiler, and that gives you a flame graph of these stores. And even with long-term profiling, it can be combined, and you can see where we have these hanging parts. So we could do a number of improvements based on this data. Moving on to client-side rendering, like client-side improvements, we can also have a watchdog on the client side. It's somewhat similar. So on the browser, you have the browser that will do various actions for you. And the idea is that you don't have multiple threads there. You can have your window of time when the JavaScript code is running and does something. And it's important that no single job is too long, so that the browser can do its own operations when your JavaScript code is not running. So there we have a bit more tight limit. After 50 milliseconds, we will warn in debug mode that this piece of JavaScript code is doing too much work in one step. It should be split up. It should be done in increments. Also, there was lots of work from Chris on better and more intelligent tile caching, so we can cache more around the visible area of the document. Also, when you scroll, then we predict that you will probably keep scrolling. If you started to read the document, you started to go down, then you probably will go down further. And then again, we can preload more and have more content in the browser already, so we can show that instantly. Something specific to Impress is the new WebGL-based slideshow, which means we don't need to generate an interactive SVG for the whole presentation. In case you had lots of slides, large resolution images, the higher resolution images, then that took a bit of time. And in case with the WebGL-based slideshow, you only have to render the first slide. You can already show something, and then it's much more snappy. I mentioned this, the preloading in general, but also for the slideshow, we can preload the previous slide, next slide, and that also means that when I change slides, then it's more snappy. The last specific browser side improvement I would like to note is something from Shimon. We have a layouting service so that we can patch these DOM touching operations together, which also helps because the browser has to do a lot of work once you've stopped touching the DOM. And in case you can group these things together, then it will be more consistent. If you scroll down in a document and you need to adjust the cursors and the commands and the tiles and so on, if all these move together, then it will give you a feeling that it's more fast, it's more interactive, it's more snappy. Yeah, I guess that's it. The idea is that we try to see how performance is not just about CPU usage. It includes also interactivity and latency and memory usage and giving you this kind of perfect frames in the browser. We have demo servers where we have this long-running CPU profiling, which also gives you data. We try to also do multi-user testing. We have these weekly community calls where we have many people and interacting with the same document, and it gives you a feel of how usable, how snappy the product is before we actually release it to partners, customers. And also we can do some kind of intensive stress testing, and we can also profile that. So yeah, that's the kind of flavor of performance improvements we did in the last year. Thanks for listening.
Hi, so I'm Hubert, I'm from the pre-sales team, and I'm going to talk about cool new integrations. So this is an overview of our current integrations. We have not everything is listed here, but that gives us a good number of systems with which Collabor 9 can work out of the box or with installing some extra bits sometime. To integrate, you can just use an existing integration. You can use our step-by-step tutorial to build your own if you need. So there is you have a choice about that. Why would you want to integrate? There is all these good reasons, but there is one big reason: is you want to use Collabor 9 with your system, and by your system is whatever you have installed or whatever you are developing, integrating. That's why you would use Collabor 9 to integrate it. Previously, last year, I talked about Drupal. I demonstrated it at Cool Days in Cambridge. And since, well, the integration is evolving, thanks to our friend at Digit. I don't know if Francesco is still here. Yes, I missed you, sorry. Yeah. So it's sponsored by the European Commission, and they are working on integrating it, but they're working on improving it. So that's things. Today, WordPress, a new integration. So we have a plugin for WordPress now. This plugin allows attaching a document to a WordPress post to view it or to edit it. The permissions are handled by WordPress user credentials. So this is really there is nothing much more to do. Set some goals. The goals were to view attached documents, to use a WordPress credential, to integrate through the editor in WordPress, and to use WordPress UI whenever possible, notably for managing files. The non-goal was to turn that into an EFSS, and really that's, if you want an EFSS, you have plenty of solutions, including Nextcloud, so yeah. User content. In the old style, you use a short code, which is some sort of markup to indicate that you want to add a document. You have in the editor, you can add Collabor 9 document, and then it will put the short code, show you UI to select a document that you've already uploaded and whether you want to edit or view. That's the interface. Choose your document. Click one. Then the new style with the Gutenberg editor in WordPress. We implemented a block, which is what they call something to like a component for the editor in the editor. So you just add the new Collabor 9 component. You select a document the same way. Here on the side, the select button, that's what it does. You say you want to view, edit, review. And that's what it does when you have a post with the Collabor 9 plugin. So you see you have attachments. You can edit or view document. Click on that if you have the rights to do so. Source code, it's all on GitHub. The official plugin page on WordPress.org. So wherever you find WordPress plugins, you can find Collabor 9. Just install it that way. Plone. Say community at work. Simply put, Plone is an open source CMS. There is an integration of Collabor 9 done by a company called Quave, which does provide services and other things around Plone. It's part of a collective of Plone developers, so they have their own community with developers, and that's one of the projects. It's open source. It's available on GitHub. And I learned about it just through a YouTube video. It's like, it appears from nowhere, say, oh, here's a cool integration from Plone, so for Collabor 9 on Plone. So, you know, this is why I say community at work. We have people that have needs, they share them, they resolve them, they share their solution, and everybody benefits. Improvement. Moodle. It's an e-learning platform. It has a community written and maintained integration. It's a Moodle module. We helped adding support for displaying user avatars, for managing the console admin, because these are like new features we added recently. Ilias, it's a document management system. It has built-in WOPI support. It supports Collabora Online out of the box. I submitted a fix to fix some recent changes as well. I will be at their conference tomorrow and Friday in Berlin. Yeah, Yay Night Train. So I will be talking about us there, and if you are, I don't know if anyone will be there, I doubt, no. But yeah, so this is an example of, they have built-in support for WOPI, and Collabora Online just happened to work with it. They probably tested it, but so yeah, that's API enhancements. We have added something to the API for the SDK. We have new post messages, and we have the extract and transform API. So new post messages, we have show and hide the sidebar. It's in 24.04.10. We have the hide the notebook bar. Some of our partners wanted to hide the complete notebook in the complete tab in a notebook bar. So it's in 24.04.11.1. Some fixes like hide command, we didn't hide the corresponding contextual menu item. Now it does, so it's 24.04.10. Then we have the extract and transform API. That's a big new feature. Attila is expert on that. So it's a REST API, so you use it through HTTP endpoints on the Collabora Online server. It helps automating your workflow. It's still under heavy development. And if you really want to use it, just use 24.04.13 because there have been serious changes, so that's probably best for you if you want to do anything with it. It manipulates the content controls. Content controls were shown in a previous talk about Writer. Miklos showed that. It helps manipulating charts, reading and modifying document properties, and manipulating slides in Impress. Then there is documentation. Our SDK, we have improved the SDK documentation. I started adding a section. We have a section about integrations for system administrator. So just how to use Collabora Online with existing integrations. So we try to provide a clear steps to do so that it's easier and all in one place. And that's about it. If you have questions, I'm around, so don't hesitate. Thank you.
Hi, so I'm Meven Carr. I'm a pre-sales engineer, and as such, one of my main role is to make sure that partners and integrators have a great time setting up Collabora Online on their own systems and make sure that everything runs smoothly. And to achieve that, there are a few roadblocks sometimes because Collabora tries to uphold great security standards, and most of our WOPI integrators do as well. And so we need HTTPS working well, and so on. And there are some caveats, or there might be some other things that are hidden. So to illustrate that a bit more, we have typically a WOPI file server that exchanges data with Collabora Online, except in the way there might be issues with the network. The network might go through one way but not the other because like DNS issues or proxy issues or load balancer issues, and we want to diagnose those. And then there are higher level issues that can come up specific to Collabora Online, like WOPI host. So it's the main parameter in Collabora Online that authorize certain servers to use its own services to open documents. And so it's going to check that. It's going to check that your certificates are right because they do expire. if they are self-signed, you need to enable it in your Collabora Online settings, and all such issues and a bunch more. So we implemented a simple endpoint to resolve those, to find those, you just need a curl request with the right parameters. You give it you call on the Collabora instance this URL. You give it back a callback URL to your WP host, and it will tell you simply a bunch of answer like, is it all right? Is it perfectly fine? Whether a DNS issue, was the WP host allowed, was the certificate all right, or expired or self-signed, or other issues, and we can expand them as we want, and that's all I have to present. But questions are welcome. I'll be around, and that's it.
It turns out Collabora Online is so efficient that we in fact have negative latency, and we are ahead of schedule. And but that's wonderful because it means we can squeeze in Quaylon, who was inexplicably and unreasonably skipped yesterday. So if I can work out which way around an HDMI cable goes, there we go. Then oh, do you, hang on. Not on this. Wait a second. Let's give you a. We don't want to. There we go. Let's have the proper things. That's better. Did they just? Yeah, there we go. Good. Hey, there we go. So now we're in business.
Does this would work?
Either. Yeah, that. Yeah, you can't move with that. But.
Yeah, I'm more comfortable not moving then if that works. Yeah. So I was cut yesterday. And I was very distraught, and now I've been reinstated at last minute. So this was the auto text for multi-tenant, and just there's my rough overview of how things work before I went near it. You have a single cool WSD. At the top, you have multiple documents. Your kit brokers, each one is a document. And in between, you've got this fork kit that stamps out the kits that will be used for documents, and that's the optimization that we might mention later. And the important bit is that each kit is run inside in its own little jail, and this fork kit pre-inits everything, and then the individual children kits pivot into their own root directory with the document that they will open inside in it. What matters then is that each individual document opens up from its perspective as a from scratch first user install. So from the LibreOffice perspective, every time one of these documents opened up, it's like you have just started LibreOffice for the very first time. You've got the very first initial scratch environment with the initial basic default values and your untouched, pristine starting point. And obviously, we saved your document from that, and that's uploaded, but everything else is thrown away. So if they're in the past, if you had the opportunity to do spell checking and add your word to the local dictionary or whatnot, that only lasts for that particular session, and the next session has absolutely no awareness of what took place in the previous session. So the idea is to be able to have some of this stuff saved when one session ends and restored in the next session. You've got some kind of permanence that goes through there. So you want to enable populating these kits with word books, which are the user dictionaries, auto text, which you've seen a few times during the conference, where text can be expanded from a shortcut. And you want this then to be in a situation where each user has these individual ones, but you might also want to have an organizational ones, which are pre-set up so that there is this institutional dictionary or institutional auto text in addition to your individual ones. And what you'd probably also like to do at that stage as well is to have this cool WSD shared between multiple organizations. And I'll just show a little diagram of what's going on with that concept is that you've got one Collabora Online. You might have two organizations using Collabora Online, each one of which can have its shared configuration for all of its users, and then each individual user has its own individual configuration. So this is the kind of organization that you're trying to support here, where you have multiple tenants hosted under one Collabora Online, each with their shared configuration, and then each individual user has individual customizations on top of that. So this diagram here shows what this looks like process-wise, where our original CoolWC remains the same, our fork kit does remain the same, and then what I've decided to call sub-fork kits exist, where those sub-fork kits then have the individual kits stamped out from them, and in between, the differences between your normal fork kit and your individual organization stuff are applied to that. So the organization decides they want to have a certain amount of configuration done that everybody shares. That happens at that in-between level, and then we stamp out these individual kits super fast, the same way we did before for fork kits, except at this level down. So that's what goes on there. Yes, so that's what I said. You get the sub-fork kits. Now, the sub-fork kits are relatively long-lived. You are hoping that your organization doesn't change its configuration that much. So once a sub-fork kit has been created, you're kind of hoping that it sticks around and that it gets used. And every time it's used and a new kit creates from it, the timer starts again. So it's like multiple hours. It's in the level of hours that your sub-fork kit sticks around for. And once a document has been opened, the timer starts again. So realistically, it probably sticks around permanently unless you're on a setup like our demo sites where it's just more infrequent use. Everything is meant to be cached, so the idea is that once all the data for a kit or a sub-fork kit has been downloaded, it's cached, and if it doesn't change, then there's absolutely no reason to download it again, and in which case there is no particular latency. So it's just that first fetch of data that matters. And what matters here, and we'll go into it later on in the integration workshop, what matters is that there's a little tag or a stamp or an e-tag on the actual data that you download to populate these things. And if that is done correctly, then the cache is used and there is no latency. If it's done incorrectly and it changes when it doesn't need to change, then the sub-fork kit will have to exit and a new one will have to be created, and that doesn't help one bit. And also, if you don't do it, then you end up with the opposite can happen, that if you don't change the tag, your data isn't refreshed. So it's a very, very small thing. It's very easy to get wrong, and I just want to highlight it a few times for integration purposes that little tag matters a lot more than it might look like. When you just get it to work, it won't work the way you really want it to work unless that's done importantly. Yeah, otherwise the technical details aren't too important, except that it does work. It's been working for a couple of months, hasn't had any terrible effects so far. If you're looking at LibreOffice, the split of the shared and the user exists there already. The concept of organizational auto text and personal one is there, and we've just extended that kind of a thing. So there's a long history of this concept. That's yeah. So it's very similar to how LibreOffice operates, and it just fits into that world there. Given that we now have done the idea of configuration, shared configuration for the organization, user configuration, and that we are saving things, then it extends. Is there other things that we can save that we're not saving, and maybe they should be moved to the same place? So your browser settings, your browser level preferences for setting dark mode or light mode on or off. If this backend is available to save things to, then we save your browser settings there as well. And there's additional customizations you can do where you can customize how the document itself behaves, which if you're from the LibreOffice background is the XU file format. That is also available as well. So these are the things that are available to you and what are configured. So what gets saved is user dictionaries, auto text, saved back up to the server, restored in new ones. To be able to manage these and see what you have, the iframe that's been mentioned before by Vivek especially exists, and that integrates is available for integration, and it can be seen in Nextcloud as a successful demonstration. You will have personal settings for your individual ones that I've mentioned, and then administrator himself then or themselves will have one for shared settings. And the little difference will be, for example, that dictionaries and auto text are available for both users and administrators, and then the browser settings are only available for individual users. There is no default browser settings that are sent out to all organizations, all users of that organization. And I think that is basically it. This is the customization that is kind of edited. This is the user interface in the iframe, and there are various things that can be turned on and off. And this is still, I guess, a work in progress, but the concept is clear there. Okay, thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. You'll be pleased to hear it is a break now. So I've just had a look out the door. There's some nice looking food and drinks. So go and have a snack. We'll be back at 11. And next door will be all sorts of exciting things from Hubert and Mevin, who's hiding there, and indeed Quaylon. So if that has whetted your appetite and you would like to learn more about how to integrate these things, over there to learn about integrations, make your integrations more beautiful, more wonderful, more. Or you can meet back in here, and Chris Lord will be kicking off the next batch of lightning talks. Have a break. Thank you. good. It's working now, huh? I think. Well done.
But
It's good that you put it here because before everyone stands.
yes, but I don't know why. It's not a light cable.
Yeah.
That's HDMI. I
Yes.
don't like.
Yeah, it's worse than
As-
display
as-
boards. What is good?
I think that the signal is lost everywhere in the converter, and I need a HDR signal from the HDMI for the long cable.
Yeah.
For the long cable.
Yeah, I see.
And I have got optical HDMI cable, but it not works yesterday. With your notebooks. With mine is okay, and the other, from this is not
You
work.
have.
And after
I
that
knew
checked-
we had this problem coming to Hungary.
Yeah,
Hungary doesn't like foreigners. He doesn't like my foreign laptop.
It's not.
No, I joke.
It maybe works or not works.
Yeah.
Here not works. Other place works.
Yeah.
Or in the warehouse works.
Well, it's okay. This is good now.
You're welcome. Valahol a cipit.
engines for the most part. So I worked at Mozilla for a few years, like 6 years or so, kind of mainly on the graphics team, working on the rendering engine and WebKit. Worked at Igalia on WebKit, kind of in a similar kind of area for the Linux backend. And I think that's given me kind of a decent insight into how to write performant web applications, which is what I'm going to try and distill in this quick 5 to 10 minute talk. Okay, so what to avoid in web development was the title that I was given to do a talk on, and that's a pretty broad scope, so I think it'd be good to kind of identify some goals. So primarily we want a smooth frame rate, so that's kind of being able to update at 60 hertz, 60 times a second, or whatever the refresh rate of the monitor happens to be. We want a fast user response, which means visual feedback for an action needs to happen in a reasonable time frame. So, I mean, just for the sake of putting a number on it, let's say 50 milliseconds, you want to click something, within 50 milliseconds, something has to happen. We want a consistent response, so ideally there shouldn't be situations where suddenly the frame rate tanks or suddenly the response rate tanks. And we want visual coherency as well, which means we shouldn't be displaying partially rendered content, and UI shouldn't display progressively. So you shouldn't see, your dialogue loads up and then your style loads up a second later or something. Like, it really should just be appearing immediately. And then secondarily, if possible, we want to use as little CPU as possible because, climate change. And we want to use as little memory as possible because, we want to be a good citizen and share this device with other things as well. So let's tackle that first one, maintaining a smooth frame rate. We need to consider like our browser and web application as just a monolithic whole. That's how you kind of... these are like performance issues. It doesn't really work if you kind of don't consider it as one big thing. Like if you just consider your web application separately from the browser, you don't have the full picture. So we have to kind of like, what are we asking the browser to do? That's what we've got to establish. And then once we have established that, we need to consider things that are slow and outside of our direct influence. So in this case, for web applications, page layout is slow. Page rendering is slow, and garbage collection is slow. And when I say slow, I mean these things take time, they're not instantaneous. And that gives us some targets. We want to structure our application to minimize the amount of page layout, we want to minimize the amount of page rendering, and minimize the amount of garbage collection. So our kind of next goal was a fast user response. So we set a limit, I set this limit of 50 milliseconds. You can put any number there, it doesn't really matter, but I'd say any number below 100 milliseconds. And the guiding question is, what can you feasibly achieve in 50 milliseconds? And the short and vague answer is not that much. With a large application, it's difficult to know at all times how much work is already being done beyond the added work that we need to perform based on a user action. So this means that we need to go in with the mindset that any amount of work is too much work. We should be prepared at any point to show visual confirmation to the user that we've received an action, and work required to service action which should be split into tasks that can be performed both asynchronously and progressively. So we covered frame rate and response, and this is quite related to that, achieving consistent user response. But I think dealing with consistency is a lot less intuitive than with those first two things. So to achieve consistent response, we need to avoid causing the browser to lock up for any significant amount of time. And this is one of those things that crosses over into things that aren't under our direct influence. But let's say, consider that if your screen refresh is 60 hertz and the user is scrolling, you have 16.6 milliseconds at most to do everything you need to do. If you take longer than that, your scrolling is no longer smooth. So let's say if a deferred task takes an uninterrupted 8 milliseconds, we've chopped that budget in half. Suddenly we don't have 16 milliseconds anymore, we've only got 8 left. And it could be worse than that. So any work that's a deferred background task must be either tiny or must be something that be completed progressively. So you should be split up, completed over time. And we also want to avoid causing garbage collection, and that's not so simple, so I'm going to come back to it later. Maintaining visual coherency. This is a more nebulous point than the others, but it ties into them. And by visual coherency, I mean both not displaying partially rendered content and also visual feedback being visually consistent over time. So, for example, when we scroll, we should expose new content. Scrolling should always expose new content. It shouldn't expose blank or partially rendered content. And if that must happen, we need to communicate to the user in some way why that is happening, and we need to do that communication in a consistent way. A further example, like if the user presses a button that needs to display a dialogue, it should always display that full dialogue. You should never see temporarily unstyled content. There shouldn't be some kind of pause that is an indeterminate variable amount of time. And that's kind of the kind of technical aspects of it, but like there are other kind of things about this as well that kind of more like feel things, like animations should be consistent. You know, if a dialogue fades in, all dialogue should probably fade in. You shouldn't have one scaling on, or one popping in, or one immediately appearing. We should be consistent about these things. So far I've spoken quite in general terms, but what concrete real-world advice can I give? So this is a list of things that I think, apparently when I wrote this, that all developers of large web applications should be thinking. So avoid touching the DOM. Even reading the DOM can be expensive, and that's the unintuitive one, I would say. Like most people, they understand that making DOM changes can be expensive, but just reading properties from the DOM can be expensive. When you read a property from the DOM, you're forcing the browser to make that property available. And there's all sorts of cleverness that happens behind the scenes to do with like asynchronous layout, progressive layout, where when you make a DOM change, that's not the end of it. The browser carries on over time. But if you then immediately request some piece of information that requires that to be up to date, you're forcing that to happen then and there. And that can cause more rendering than would otherwise be the case if you kind of could delay that change or whatever. Second kind of piece of advice, we should be batching DOM manipulation. That's a similar kind of point. Like if you can group all of your DOM manipulation in one place, it reduces the likelihood that a read will cause extra work. And I said I'd touch on garbage collection again. This is where I'm going to touch on it. If we constantly allocate and deallocate objects, we're more likely to trigger a lengthy GC period. So best thing to do when possible is to reuse objects. You should have object pools rather than just letting go of an object and thinking the browser's going to take care of it. Better to return it to a pool and reuse it if possible. So you want to naturally extend the lifetime of an object. And a whole second page of real-world advice. We've mostly talked about things that are slow in the browser, but there are things that are fast as well, namely CSS animations and transitions of transform properties. Those are fast. Changing the position of an element will cause layout to happen if you change the top or left of an element, or you change its size. But changing its transform is fast and usually GPU accelerated as well. So that's something you can kind of guarantee that, like if you touch a transform, you will still have to, it will cause restyling and like an amount of interpretation, but it won't necessarily cause a relayout, it will just cause a re-render. And that's one reason also that I'm just going to take a quick dig at jQuery. That often shows up like frequently when you're investigating poor performance, because there are like several built-in functions in jQuery that manually animate like display properties, which is just don't know. It's a terrible thing to do. Like you should there are certain features of the browser that were designed for these kind of things. So like CSS animations and transitions mean that you don't have to have a repeating callback that keeps returning into your JavaScript code and spinning up the interpreter and so on. It's like you can just leave that to the browser and it will do that all in native code, which is nice and fast. When you do your own animation, we should be using request animation frame. This is probably something everyone knows at this point, but you shouldn't be doing animation using a set timeout, which is something else that jQuery does. So request animation frame will run a callback once before triggering a render of a new frame, and it's designed exactly for programmatic animation. So it'll be in sync with the monitor refresh as well, and it would be called at a convenient time for the browser, which is the other important thing. Like a set timeout doesn't necessarily have that implication. And my last point, which I'm really hoping I can scroll to because I can't remember offhand. Yes, I can. My last point was about picking what to optimize, and it's easy to kind of get stuck in the trap of spending all of your time optimizing something that doesn't matter. So optimization efforts should always be guided by profiling when possible. The biggest enemy of good performance isn't necessarily unoptimized code, it's overcomplicated and poorly structured code. And that's it. So, thank you. And I'll pass over to Darshan.
Hello again. I'm sure this is my last presentation, I guess. So let's, okay, thank you, Chris. Let's start with accessibility. So we started this project last year on the Collabora Online. So let me give you a small gist of why we need these features and what are the benefits. So I just want to tell that the product is for all the people. Even if you have any visual if you have any visual impairment, or do you have any disability, you should be able to access all the features using keyboard without using any mouse clicks. So that's the real goal. So let's go to the points why we need improvements on this. So yeah, there are still and many lags in the icons. So icon doesn't have the alternate text in the Collabora Online, which makes difficulty for the browser to read properly what the icon is for. So the screen reader will get confused for the users who are dependent on the tools like NVDA, or in case of Debian, it's Orca. Also we did improvements for the normal users. Like there are difficulties using the keyboard navigations. For an example, if you go on the notebook bar tab, you cannot easily use the arrow keys, like left or right arrow keys will not change the focus, or not even select the specific tool item. And there are many conflicts between alternate text and area label inside the HTML elements. So if they both are present, then screen reader will get confused, like what's the real purpose of this element, and then eventually it will be very hard for the screen readers to exactly guess that element. So yeah, this is the navigation bar which I am talking about. You cannot even go using like left or right arrow key or the tab function to move around from file tab to home tab or insert tab. And yeah, there are some improvements in the grid as well for the color palette. So it will be more easy for the users to go left and right and back and forth using your simple keyboard keys, and not even touching your mouse clicks. So yeah, these are the same points which you see in the video. Let's next go through the what is the main usage of alt attribute, why we need that. It allows, like basically it's a helpful parameters for the screen reader to go through the HTML or the DOM element and scan through all the alternate text, and then it will decide what I needs to be read out loud for the screen readers, and what are the helpful elements for the person who are using this type of tools, and not reading all the HTML elements. For an example, if this alt element or all the area label are not present in the HTML structure, the screen reader will read out loud all the HTML thing, like it will call out the DIV and then all the element name, what the color is. But instead we only need for an example, we only need to read out the home as the main purposeful word. So these are the area label improvements that we did. If you see on the sidebar element, there are edit buttons, and inside the JS dialogues there are many select elements or the drop down elements. You can go through each using the keyboard controls, and it will read out loud the options as well. To fulfill the HTML, to fulfill the accessibility part, we also need to be consistent with the HTML structure as well. We were using in many places like the div element instead of the select element for the drop down elements. But that will be more difficult for the screen readers to guess like what should be I read out loud from those elements. But there are some limitations, like we do load when we click on those drop downs. So in many places select options are not every time feasible. So alternatively, we can add area label on those labels, on those elements, or we can replace the select that element with the select HTML element if we know all the options will be present over there. So yeah, and also we can add properties like area has been area expanded or not, area has been there are any pop-ups or not. This will also help the screen reader to define like what exactly on the screen right now, and what needs to be told to the screen reader. And yeah, there are some improvements in the list box improvements, which are the same I told about the select element. If there are any HTML structures where the select HTML element is not feasible to add, we can alternatively add the area label to all those options with the different element structure, like if we are using span or div. And there is also one point about the binding of label element and label element with the input element. So there is, for an example, there is a JS dialog like a form. And inside that form, you need to fill up your name or your phone number, something. But whenever the focus goes on to that element, like input element, the screen reader should read out loud about like fill your name, or this is the write your phone number, something. But you cannot display those full text on the screen. So it should be hidden inside the HTML structure, but it can be read out loud by the screen reader. So that binding needs to be correct. So there is a rule, not a rule, but label should be always bind with the input element using the for and the ID elements, ID attributes of those things. So yeah, this way we manage to make better the forms and the JS dialogues in the context of screen reader. Yeah, and these are the wonderful people which helped me to achieve like whatever we did last year with the accessibility. Thanks to Pedro, Shimon, Henry, Marco, Banobe, and Path. Yeah, so that's it on the accessibility side. Any questions? Thank you. Ciao.
So, hello everyone. Just to mention that this talk was originally supposed to be given by Ezina, but unfortunately she couldn't be here. So you have me trying to fill in for her shoes. So QA matrix overview, how we test before releasing. So as someone was saying yesterday, some tests are really hard to automate and we still need humans, and those humans need a method, some coherent way, systematic way to do these human tests. And this is basically where a QA matrix comes in, and that's what it is. It's a simple tool to make sure that we have a proper map of what we want to test, that we don't forget key features in each release that we need to test, which devices, environments. Sorry, a bit nervous. But yes, it enhances our test planning, our tracking, and it provides us a visual communication, visual map of the scope of what we want to test in basically each release. Why use a test matrix? It goes back to humans having a method while doing this test and making sure that we have a complete and strategic test coverage across all the devices and applications to try to avoid that we forget to test something, to manage complexity of multi-platform environments, because our users are online in different environments, different browsers, different countries with different latencies, and sometimes there are fun things like browsers not all behaving the same, because web development would be boring if they did. And it also helps us to standardize our test efforts across the team, and it supports our reporting, like what we need to test, what we should report as fast as we discover it. So what we actually do test before the release, there's Cool and Code. Basically, we test the main applications, Writer, Calc, Impress, Draw. Just to give you a vague idea of numbers, when we do a smoke test, which is one of the tools we use before the release, we have several hundreds of checks of things to be tested for those 4 applications. We also need and cannot forget to test different environments like desktop, tablets, mobile, different form factors for displays. Some of them have touch displays, others don't, with keyboards. And operating systems, because not all of our users are using free software as we would like to. We also test the server packages before each new release, both deb packages and RPM. Specifically, we test fresh installs, minor version updates, major version updates, if they install correctly, if everything's okay with the dependencies, if they start properly. Things like, do the app armor profiles load correctly? Does cool config work correctly? If when you close a document, does the process disappear as it should, or if it stays there lingering on, which might be problematic? And that list grows as new cases show up over time, because we need to adjust to it. We also test Office, like on desktop when it's not in the cloud. We also need to have coverage for multiple devices and form factors. So about our pipeline, we have test servers with daily builds. I would even say daily builds isn't exactly a right name, because it builds multiple times a day, sometimes even when we just want to test a single commit for the fix that we need to check out very quickly. Having a QA matrix also allows us to have this method when doing exploratory tests, which we do in collaborative test sessions at least weekly, and as the situation demands it, multiple times a week, sometimes focused on edge cases or in bug reports that we receive, because sometimes we need to reproduce a specific bug report with multiple users. We have release builds, which are published a bit before they get shipped out. to our partners, and we need to smoke test those release builds, which is what I mentioned a few slides ago. And we also do regression testing when we find an issue during our tests. We log it, we test it, try to find its origin, bisect it if possible, so on and so forth. So the advantages of having a method like QA Matrix, it allows us to be more comprehensive in our tests. It also allows us to pick up early on some of the bugs. It's more efficient to have us organize in that instead of having people on the team all checking the same things. It allows us to organize our test work, and it improves the communication between some of our teams when we're looking for different bugs. So yeah, and there's Ezina's name, because again, she was supposed to be here. Actually, one of the things that I forgot to say was, with all this process and all this testing, what I had forgotten to say was that we have been able in the past more than once to catch release critical bugs before those releases were shipped out to our partners and their clients, which is really nice because we don't want their end users to get hit by those bugs. And that's it on my part. I don't know if any one of you has any questions or not. Case. It's Torsten.
Hey everyone, let me see. Here's the microphone. Right, hey there. I will talk a little bit about WebAssembly and online. Let's see what we can. That's the wrong direction. What we can make of that. Right, so online and WebAssembly, why bother, you ask? And I was asking myself. So, I mean, online is already running in the browser, and WebAssembly, as you all know, is a bit of an odd one out. It's relatively young, then again, not that young. I think 2017, the kind of preview phase ended. But still, why bother? It's not all quite redundant because online is already in the browser, and why add something else to that? So that's the standard architecture for an online instance. You're all aware of that. You know that since many years. There's a relatively lightweight browser front end and a relatively speaking, document and the load is on the server, and all the processing is done there, or most of the processing with the document. And well, you can spot the maybe there's a little problem here because well, there's a network in the middle, and networks are kind of messy, and it's not under your control. It's somebody else there, and several parties there, and then there's proxies and caches and latencies and stuff like that. So perhaps client server sometimes poses some challenges. Because, yeah, you depend on external network latency and throughput, and sometimes there's a tunnel, sometimes there's an airplane, and sometimes there's wireless connections that have fun aspects when they bundle packets, and it's all a bit messy. The other thing, it scales linearly with the server and CPU. So if you put your documents there, load them on the server, and you double the number of users who probably, or active users, who probably need to double the CPU, like number of cores, and also the RAM on that server, which could be worse. I mean, linear scaling is not a terrible thing. And the other thing is, of course, there's no easy offline capabilities if you do that, if you use that setup. So yes, enter WebAssembly LibreOffice. What you see here is a number of screenshots from demos that we did. Please bear with us there. There's another talk right after this one. Moritz will tell you a lot more about the details here, what we did. Please bear with us while we figure out names and brandings and how to integrate that. So this Zeta.js probably is going to be renamed into something like CoolJS or something similar. But what you see is something that is actually LibreOffice rendering on a Qt 5 driven HTML canvas. So that is like native pixels there in the browser, which the entire Office suite there, plus a little JavaScript wrapper. So that's actually JavaScript GUI here. So that's a setup that plausibly could be reused in some way or the other. And it's actually not terrible in terms of size, scale, being heavyweight. So it's, as I said, 2017, the preview phase ended. So in the, let's say, with web speed, we could say this is now enterprise technology, well established. All the major browsers support that, even Safari. And you see, like here, there's some profiling page there. At this, for this document, it's 72 megabytes on the heap that's used. So it's between 50 and 100 megabyte per document in the browser. And the WebAssembly binary itself is also not terribly large, although it's also not lightweight. It's a far cry from a lightweight front end like online right now has. Right, so where does it end us with? The upsides for WebAssembly are it runs fully client-side, so all of it. So you don't need anything on the server for this setup. So you only need some static WebAssembly binaries somewhere and a little bit of JavaScript. We managed to put this all on a diet, so the WebAssembly binary itself is 32 megabytes right now for this pure LibreOffice one, and 50 megabytes of data, which can probably also be shrunk a little bit more because there's a lot of fonts and a lot of GUI files, etc. in there that LibreOffice needs by default. It's using the browser cache because it's compressed nicely after the first download. The first download, you got to pay that price, but after that, it's usually cached. And for the common use case, single user, one document, that, yeah, there's zero server load and zero server memory that you need for that because it's all in the client. And there's no round trips, no extra latency for typing, so you kind of cut out this annoying network problem there. And implicitly, of course, with that, it's offline capable. This one, kudos to Kalen for this nice graphics. That's the current setup. So there was a demo that was presented last year at FOSDEM with that technology, which is actually reusing the same architecture as been used for mobile, which means that's actually the WebSocket daemon running in the same process, serving the tiles via some virtual socket. So you have the front end, the JavaScript front end, and the back end somehow in one browser tab running there simultaneously. That's existing, that's working. That's using the tiled rendering versus this Qt 5 canvas rendering. So those are the two ways to get pixels on the screen. The status there, as I said, FOSDEM 24, there was the demo working. We did then quite a lot of work on the Allotropa side with the Zeta.js, with this nice JavaScript UNO binding there, and a lot of productizing and optimizing. And long story short, where we are now is that we have quite a number of options, and we got to figure out like how to do that in the best way. Probably it's going to be CoWASM with a bit of getting the most recent improvements that we did on Zeta.js into that. Hopefully also being able to offer the UNO bindings there for the client side, so people can have a bit more, bit deeper integration into and programmability when using that as a plugin. So next up then is getting all of that to a product ready, and I'm quite excited and looking forward to do that. Thank you.
Where's the difference between that thing and, let's say, using Collabora Office? So what are the advantages for users going to that instead of a local client?
Well, I guess the upside is that you can, so of course, when you run, so if you can afford installing a local desktop application or a mobile application, that's probably still the better experience, simply because this is still running in the browser. It's still like not as optimized as it is if you would be running that natively. So if you have the option, I guess my take would still be, yes, sure, then use the desktop version. But there might be quite legitimate use cases where that is not easy, because of course you need to install that. So you might have this, the occasional user who just wants to edit a document on the road, and then being able to have this, at least this very frequent, so there was this, I think Michael said the most common use case is no user, and the second most common use case is one user per document, and that's quite an interesting case then to optimize for scalability. And that's the driver behind that. The other thing is, of course, and that's where we came from Allotropia, is this like deeply integrated vertical applications, which are increasingly moving to web. So that used to be desktop or some like client server like desktop and something like heavyweight there, but those workloads are moving into the web, and then having something that is deeply integratable and programmable and embeddable on the client side, that sounded like quite a good idea. So next one then, Moritz.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, I'm going to talk a bit more about the topic which Thorsten just introduced you to. Yeah, my name is Moritz Duge. I'm working at Allotropia until now, so from now on for Collabora. And yeah, let's dive into this. So, next slide. This is not the next slide. Ah, this is my introduction slide, and that's the next one. Yeah, LibreOffice in the browser. So yeah, as Thorsten mentioned, there are quite some use cases what people do with an Office software, and the whole thing is moving into the web. I guess I don't need to tell much about this here. All you guys know in Collabora Online, having that in the browser. Just repeat a bit what's nice about the browser. We just had this question, why not use stuff on the desktop? So nice thing about a browser is we have something which is not OS specific. Pretty much everything is defined by open standards. We have two major browser implementations which are open source and which pretty much implement all of the standards for this environment. And yeah, as mentioned before, it's very convenient for the users. They don't need to download some executable and install it and stuff like that. So that's a nice thing. And yeah, and something else we can achieve with handling the whole thing with WebAssembly is actually that we can run it from pretty slim web server. I guess Thorsten also mentioned that before. So for smaller environments and things where you don't have a lot of money to start with for a server environment, even for people like me who like to run it at home, it's pretty nice if you can run it on something like a Raspberry Pi and you don't need a lot of server capacity if more users pop up and you need your server to render the documents, and that's instead then happening on the client. That's a nice thing here with WebAssembly. Yeah, so yeah, I think I mostly skipped this slide. It's what I said before. It's an open standard, works well in Firefox and Chromium. We get up to 100%, sometimes just 30% performance, but that's acceptable here. We're not searching for prime numbers, so that's okay with 30%. And yeah. So, and there are additional benefits we get when we use WebAssembly to run the Office code inside the browser instead of the server. So that's some nice side effects we have here. The first thing I like to mention is we actually get end-to-end encryption for free. So if you use the standard encryption we have for ODF documents with password protection, or maybe in the future even GPG encrypted files, those documents will be end-to-end encrypted automatically when using this approach, because they will be decrypted after they reach the client, and then they are decrypted by the WASM process inside the browser. So we have end-to-end encryption for free here. It improves the privacy of the users. And another nice thing is it also improves the server security, because we don't have the risk that a malicious user might try to exploit the Office process running on a server. So instead, everything is running inside the WebAssembly environment of the browser. And even if you think in the other way around in terms of security, that somebody might try to attack the user, everything is running in a pretty confined sandbox the browsers are providing, and we are relying on pretty strong security work which is being done by the browser providers here. So that's a good thing too. Yeah, then I think Thorsten already showed you a brief timeline. So this is actually what it looked, I think, in 2022. So that's when we had LibreOffice basically running inside the browser, as the words say it. But that's not really the appealing thing we want to have. It's basically the desktop thing rendered by Qt inside the browser. And yeah, we still have this whole desktop UI there. And if you click, for example, the save button, it will actually just save it to some memory area of the browser, and not to some real position on your file system. It won't give you a download dialog or something like that. So that's what we've been working on. But before I get to that, let me show you some quick points. Again, what Thorsten was mentioning before, a lot of organizations use Office software to integrate it with other software, like order administration and accounting or bookkeeping. And we just had this small, nice Debian mini conference in Hamburg, in a nice place with some rooms where people could stay, which traveled to Hamburg for that conference. And guess how they did the bookkeeping for this rooms, which you could rent there. It was a specialized business application. In German, there's this nice word, Fachapplikation. And it was basically built around Microsoft Office in this case. And the vendor of this software is now moving it into the browser. And that's a nice use case where we can use LibreOffice to enable developers to build a web-based application around an Office software, like really a lot of companies are used to do this on the desktop. Yeah, just some examples where this is being put into use on the desktop until now. The new future will be in the web, and it's a really great thing for free software to step in, because if you try to do a web application around Microsoft Office, the licensing from Microsoft just doesn't have this use case, and yeah, you won't really have a good proper legal license for that. Yeah, you can't really do it with the Microsoft licensing. Yeah, so back to WebAssembly. So that's again the timeline. In 2021, we had the prototype I just showed you, and in 2024, then we got to the point where we could really get to the UNO API and make this programmable via JavaScript. And this really enables this embedding of LibreOffice into web apps where those closely interact with each other. Yeah, so there should have been a screenshot. I see that's not here. Okay. Yeah, actually, I wanted to show you a screenshot of how this looks like. So I need to dive into the code instead. I don't know, Naomi, I think she edited our slides a bit. You maybe know where the screenshot went? No, okay. So yes, this is basically the code we have when we control LibreOffice from the JavaScript environment, and this is what it looked like in the end of 2024. It's initialization code to get everything running, but it's not nice in terms of web development. It's not something you want to show a web developer. We have this nasty append child stuff at the end, which is appending text to the HTML document. That's not really nice. So I need to skip a little bit forward because of the time. So what we did is basically we converted the whole thing, or we packaged it into a nice JavaScript module, which is a JavaScript standard which was introduced into around 2015 to get rid of the old 1995 JavaScript scripty style coding stuff. So that's how we can do this now since a few weeks. And then we have a nice import statement which imports our module, builds an instance from that, and then you can basically start typing your code to do whatever you like to do. And there's the screenshot. Ha, wonderful. Yeah, and there's again this nice PDF button, which LibreOffice has always been known for. Should we take questions now, or maybe at the end? I think at the end. Nice PDF button. What LibreOffice had always been known for. We also have it here, and let's just do a quick dive in the code we have for that. So this is basically a standard code, which instructs the LibreOffice code running inside the WebAssembly to save this document as a PDF to a kind of virtual file system, which is provided by the Emscripten environment, which we are using for WebAssembly. And then you basically have a standard JavaScript code here, which is reading this data from this virtual Emscripten file system, putting it into a byte array, and then via standard JavaScript code. Looks a little bit ugly, but that's actually how JavaScript does it in the browser. Builds a download link from this byte array, and you can get a nice pop-up where you can download your PDF file from the LibreOffice running here inside the canvas. Yeah, so just some quick recent updates we did in the last month. We got Impress working now. That's another big thing. Thanks to my colleague Stefan over there, the clipboard support is now properly working. That's wonderful. The scaling is perfect, even on high DPI screens. Everything is rendered sharply. Balazs fixed the anti-aliasing. That's also now very nice. We streamlined a lot of the examples we have, so that's a very nice place, the examples to look into if you want to start off building your own thing. And yeah, and some future plans we have, we'll definitely have more TypeScript code in the future. So this helper library I just showed you is the first step in that direction. Yeah, some migrations. Web framework integration is a big thing in the web. So the demos I showed you, that's built with Vue.js. We're also planning on implementing the other big web frameworks like Angular.js. Yeah, and that's basically it. I guess time's up. Thank you. Any questions?
It wasn't a super serious question. I was noticing that when I watched the talk at the mini DevCon stream, that said Picard. So I'm wondering who's the Star Trek nerd?
I didn't fully get that, sorry.
The names on the screenshots are from Star Trek.
That's correct, but not all. If you find the other ones, you can tell me later. Yeah.
Is there any pathway using WebAssembly towards a collaborative editing approach? In other words, it seems like this is inherently single user, right?
That's.
I'm wondering if you've thought.
Yeah, that's a very central point here. First thing to mention is what Thorsten said before, like the most common case is no user, the second common case is one user. So that's something this is really great for, and we can really optimize for, and it's worth it because it's the most common case. For having multiple users using this at the same time for collaborative editing, that will probably be a bit harder. We have some ideas there, but it's not clear how we can get this going in the best way. So yeah. Yeah.
Are you looking to switch between using like Bazel and then online connection if you say lose internet while you're editing a document to avoid like
That's a thought that came to us. Other questions? Yeah.
Is using Qt mandatory, or is it possible to use HTML and CSS for the UI?
So the screenshot I showed you there, Qt is only employed for rendering the document. That's the only thing. We're thinking if we can get rid of this completely, because we are not using the UI from Qt anymore, the buttons and so on. So yeah, that's definitely a thing. For the moment, we are relying on Qt. Do we have time for more questions, or is the time up? More questions? Okay, more questions. No more questions. Okay. Fine.
Your big one, yeah. Strange.
Yeah, we already did it this morning.
Yeah, that's me. Hello, I am Parth. Basically, I will talk about like how I become a collaborant from the contributor. So like where it's all started. Like in 2021, I came to know about the Collabora, and I first set it up in locally and try to explore all the features that Collabora is providing. And while using the features, I found that like there is some mismatch between the colors, and that's how I first created my issue, and that's how I all started it, and how it's going. Like after that, like I was busy with some other work, so like I didn't get some times to like create more issues and get involved. But like in 2023, I started fixing a easy bug, and based on the reviews and support from community, I get more involved in solving more issues and fixing more bugs. And it like while solving all the issues, like it helped me understand the code base better and helped me grow. And yes, yeah, that's basically it. And there, here are some issues that I solved. Like first is like help about button. So what's the problem here? Like if someone found an issue and they want to report it, and they need to go here and manually select all the text and copy it, right? So like it's sometimes become frustrating, like not always the selection work, and also there is no formatting at all when you try to paste it. So it become difficult, and what the reporters are doing, like they put a screenshot instead, and sometimes they didn't put anything at all. So for the developer, it becomes very hard to reproduce it, and it becomes stretch and stress it out for all. So like, what's the solution? So like, it introduce a easy copy button. Like you just press the copy button, and it copy all the version information here, and with the same formatting as it is displaying. So like it save a lot of time for the reporter to report an issue, and it also encourages a reporter to report or creating a new issues. So like here is a comparison between how it looks like previously and the new version. As you can see, like there is no formatting in the older version, but like after using the copy button, you can just simply paste it here, and it will be as cleaner as possible, and with the same format as you can it displays on the help about section. So yeah, that's basically it. And the next is auto save button. So as you can see, like we introduced auto saved feedback, but like there was some issues with the UI. As you can see, like auto saved is too small for a smaller screen, and when you switch tab and the auto save triggered, like it unnecessarily add height to a comment box. And also, after the autosave, the cancel is not more cancel. Like it's delete the current version of the comment. So there is a very confusing for a user. So I create a more intuitive interface for the autosave. So as you can see, like now the saved is not save anymore, like it's the saved button, and cancel is renamed to delete. When the focus is lost, this comment box will be displayed to user to more clearer, like the comment box is now auto saved. So like what's the flow for the auto save? So it's like when you insert a comment, you type something, you switch the tab, and you come back, like it will be displayed delete and saved button. So like user can know, like for sure, like their comments are saved. And when the focus is back again, the saved is renamed to save again, and so user can type anything and then save it. So yeah, basically it. The next is scrolling. So assuming like in a calc you have 40 or 40 plus seats open, and you want to move from seat 1 to seat 40. So what the current button is doing, like it just moves 6 characters per click. So assuming like as you can see, like from moving 1 to 40, it just takes for this video, like it just took me around 40 seconds to just move from first to last. And like it becomes very frustrating when we want to move, let's say from 1 to 25. So what's the solution here? Like I introduced a 2 solution for it. Like first, you can just press same button, hold it till you reach to your seat. And also like second solution is like you can scroll the, you can put the cursor on the seat, and you can just scroll it out. So it enables the horizontal navigation, and you can have your seat open. And just for reference, like these 2 solutions took around just 4 seconds to move from anywhere around the seats. So yeah, that's how like while solving those issues, like I got very amazing support from the online community, and which helped me solve more bugs or report an issue. And that's how I joined the Collabra online as a developer intern in March 2025. And I am really grateful for the amazing online community for their supports and for their motivation. So yeah, thanks. And I would really like to thank Andres, Simon, Pedro, and obviously Darsan for their amazing support. And yeah, here I am at Collabra, Cool Days 1. Thanks. Yes.
So hello. People should avoid putting old pictures because you get sad when you get older. So as you know, I'm Asya, and yeah, I'm the one who says hello 30 times per day, and yeah, overly stimulated marketing member. And yeah, today I'm going to be talking about something less technical, but I hope not less interesting, kind of connected to the talk that we just had. So it's about tech communities and where to find them and how do we participate or engage with them. So probably best to start with where these communities live. So usually we find them on Reddit, Mastodon, Twitter, Blue Sky lately, and as you all know, these are really like famous social media channels where you can find sysadmins, open source enthusiasts, tech developers, IT decision makers, and yeah, basically everybody. And yeah, of course, we share this common passion for open source, but also it's not the only connection. This engagement with them actually is what helps us grow in a way that's aligned with open source values, so collaboration, transparency, community involvement, and so on. And these people are really, and you are probably also one of them, passionate, really engaged and deeply opinionated in products they are using. And yeah, that's a really wonderful thing if you're working as a social media manager. Now, why this engagement is not only fun, but also important? Because it's built trust and credibility in the open source space. So as you all know, we are an open source company, and open source, which is built on these values such as transparency, collaboration, and community involvement. If we say that we are that and then again not engage with this community, that kind of doesn't make any sense and build that trust. So we always really try to be like a part of this whole ecosystem and talk with the community and be part of it, and not just like talk to it, as you can see on some maybe other type of businesses and their social media channels. Of course, this is self-explanatory. It enables real-time feedback, so people can really fast tell us what we have been doing good, what maybe can be better, and we can also provide a really quick feedback to them, and also have some interesting conversation in the comments that everybody can see and have some value of. Often on social media, there are some new ideas for either new features, improvements, and so on that might not come up internally. So this is also great. And for us, this is really important space where we celebrate contributions, acknowledge people's effort, and yeah, just trying to make the whole community stronger. Like in marriage, the more we engage, the stronger this relationship becomes. So basically, over time, we build trust. And yeah, basically, this is all about being there for some meaningful conversation and not just boldly replying to people. And when people see this approach, they really appreciate it, and this inspires more participation. And then more participation gives us more insight about how do people feel, what do they think, and what can we do better. So it really helps us to shape our content better and tailor both our product and, of course, social media content better. So how do we actually engage? We use a wide mix of different formats and content. Each of them is tailored to a different purpose. Some of them are aimed to educate people, some just to make them smile, and so on. So when we are talking about social media polls, so these are really quick but powerful formats that we use to check in with our audience and just see how are they feeling about certain features, or maybe just to ask for their opinion on some more general topics, such as some aspects of open source. For me, this is really interesting, and I do it every Monday. And you can also engage if you are following us on social media. And basically, yeah, we don't just gather these results to just have them. We actually really use them and try to provide as much as we can of better content to our community on social media. So it's a win-win for both sides. Here are some examples. So some general polls focused on open source, some that are just introducing some humor in the timeline, and also the community members are really funny if this was not live from the office. And yeah, the last one is focused on just finding out how do people stay updated with our news. And here we also use this carrier pigeon results to actually become a first company that employed a pigeon in our team. This was a joke. Sorry. So we proceed. So we also invite participation. So we invite community to contribute by translating Collabora online into their own language. And join our user forum to share ideas, solve issues, and connect with others. And also, Darshan is posting on Reddit, inviting people to join our weekly live meetings, and people are really reacting really good on these kind of social media posts. The tiniest thing that we can do, but maybe the most meaningful, is sometimes just to say thank you. And we always take a moment to thank to everybody, whether it's just like a valuable feedback on social media, or it's that somebody has been working on translations. This is our a must for us as a way to build respect and encourage ongoing support. Memes. So my favorite. So basically, as somebody wise once said, that laughter is the shortest distance between two people. This is actually our way to become a little bit closer with the community, because this space, especially for me, can sometimes feel like too technical, and this is actually the way to make it a little bit more welcoming and yeah, just to bring some fun to the timeline. And also, we would like to show that we are not just a company that's like promoting a product, we are also like real normal human beings, although you sometimes seem like really smart robots to me. But yeah, so that we also understand the quirks of working in tech, some inside jokes and stuff like that. So people also react pretty good on memes. These are Feature Fridays videos. Some of you might seen them, and you can find them on our YouTube channel. So these are really like quick how-tos, and we have them every 2 weeks. They actually promote and explain some of our really important features, usually the ones that competitors don't have, or just the ones that we find really interesting. And actually the goal is to make people to help people make most out of Collabora online, but also they also encourage a lot of interaction in the comments, and people are free and encouraged to share their own tips with us, to ask to see more new features and stuff like that. So somebody proposed this on the last Cool Days, and thank you for giving me more job because I make them. So the last thing is celebrating key community days. We don't perceive these days as just like fun days in the calendar, but we really try to kind of reflect on some shared values, celebrate people behind the code and similar stuff, and yeah, just brighten up the community spirit a little bit. So I think this would be it. And yeah, this is not just a normal and boring marketing activity for me, but it's really about trying to engage more and yeah, stronger the whole community. And I really enjoy it. If you have any questions, I'm here. Okay.
Okay. I'm a Fediverse fan, and I wanted to ask, because yesterday it was mentioned, if you could consider how viable it would be to have mirrors of the videos on a PeerTube instance. Yeah, that is it.
Okay, we will consider it. More. Thank you. And yeah, now I will welcome lunch. Enjoy.
continue on our wonderful lightning talks. First with the lovely Lily Logua. I don't know how to say your last name.
It's okay.
One of those. Excellent.
Hello. Oh, wow. Interesting. Hi, guys. I hope you enjoyed your break, lunch, and now you're fully with me here. Yeah, let me start. I would say most of you know me and most of you know my topic. My name is Lily. I'm a project manager and I'm managing, with your help, obviously, the Open Desk. And let me tell you quickly what is Open Desk. So Open Desk is the customizable office and collaboration suite, tailored especially to the specific needs to public administration, but not only. So in the near future, it should be also available and purchasable for private sector too. So why Open Desk? So the focus of the Open Desk is obviously data, sovereignty, security, and seamless collaboration. Open Desk basically offers all the essential tools for daily work under a big intuitive interface. And obviously, it's open source, 100%. And therefore, it is a powerful alternative to proprietary solutions in digital workplace, for a digital workplace. So just to give you a glance, when you join Open Desk, this is what you see. Seems like I screenshotted it during the evening because it's saying, good evening, Lily. You see here everything you need for your daily work life. Files, it's us, projects. You can, have Open Project there, and the knowledge tool, XWiki is there, conference, chatting opportunities. So everything that you need is in there, which is great. It's a huge project, to be honest. I will emphasize that. And it is run or powered by Zendis. Zendis is Zentrum für digitale Souveränität in German, which is Center of Digital Sovereignty, which is then again powered by Federal Ministry of Interior of Germany. Zendis basically is an LTD, you could say, of the government, which enables public administration procuring Open Desk easier without big tendering frameworks and so on, which is great. As you can imagine, tendering is not easy. And on the other hand, it's Open Desk and us, the vendors who are backing Open Desk. So we are around 10 vendors. That's why, as you can imagine, 10 vendors managing communication. It's a big, big project. Some of the vendors are here. Thanks for joining. B1 is here. Marco's going to tell you a bit more about the process and how B1 is involved in that. XWiki is also here. Thanks a lot. And Nextcloud is also here, which is great. So those vendors, have a vast experience in open source, have a good reputation, and it's great working with them. I'm really honored, to be honest, being part of it. Let me tell you what's our effort in Open Desk. First of all, thanks to Zendis, we were able last year and this year to add some cool new features. Actually, most of them have been discussed or presented by Richard. It is great. But keep in mind, everything that Zendis funds and we work is also available for all the other customers and all the other partners, which is great and which is the whole idea of open source, right? So through Zendis funding and help, we improved our UX UI. We worked on interoperability. We worked on accessibility. It is a hot topic, seems like, for everyone these days. And obviously, the performance got much better. That is great. So I just selected some features we have been working or still are working. We worked on upgrading the PDF standard from 1.07 to 2.0, which is important. Presenter console, big deal, as Richard presented, is really important. Accessibility, I'm really proud, is also my side project, and I really look forward to become accessible with the certification, hopefully. We worked on on many other things, as you can read, and some of other things are on the way, like chart styles and comparing two pages with each other. What else? Yeah, memory optimization got really ready like this week, basically, which is great. Just a glance of some screenshots. But let me tell you one thing. So OpenDesk is a German project with the goal to work with other European government, and being part of it is just really big deal. But I think we're doing and giving the public administration really important tool with Collabora Online. And let's see. So it's just a real small snapshot of what has been going on through 1 year, and I hope really that many things will come this year for the second part of the year. And it is a true European project, which is then through the whole geographic, geopolitical situation, you know, it gets really more attention now, which is great for us for open source. And I have really to thank you all, because many of you have been part of it. And sometimes I'm being a pain, sorry for that, but you know, make open source rock needs you guys and needs OpenDesk, I would also say. I think it's a great part. Thank you very much. If you have questions, let me know. Otherwise, now I have to take my flight to Munich. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Test. Oh, sounds great. Welcome to the next lightning talk, titled Driving Efficiency. My name is Thomas. I work for Vector Informatik. And this is another customer presentation, so you will learn nothing new about LibreOffice or Collabora itself, but maybe it's interesting how we integrate LibreOffice. So that's the plan. I will talk briefly about Vector Informatik, one of our products, Prevision, 2 example use cases where we use LibreOffice, how we collaborate with Collabora, and a summary at the end. So, Vector Informatik. Vector with a C, Informatik with a K, to be extra confusing. We were founded in 1988. And our 3 founders had one simple rule: they never wanted to have more than 30 employees. And luckily for me and 4,500 people worldwide, something went wrong. And you can see the actual numbers on the slide. Fortunately, the number of customers scaled accordingly. And our mission as Vector as a whole is to provide an open development platform of tools, software components, and services for embedded systems, especially in the automotive industry, but not exclusively. Prevision is one of the products, and that's an environment for designing, managing, and documenting EE systems. EE stands for electronic electrics, and it's a convergence of electronics, software, and wiring. As a typical EE system, in our case, is a car, a bus, a truck. Could also be an airplane, agricultural vehicle, medical devices, vacuum cleaners. A lot of things have electronics and software nowadays. And this is some marketing material you will find. On your right side, there's a layer overview. The whole process starts usually at the top with product managers and requirement engineers. They collect the requirements, use cases, customer features, then layer below, software architects convert them into rectangles and arrows, so logical function architecture. This is again broken down into software and hardware components. Then there are a lot more diagrams and layers, and at the bottom you see there's the actual
cables and pins, and someone has to decide if to put some components in the right door or somewhere else in the car, for example. And just like Vector, we are not newcomers. This whole software started in 2003 as a research project, and is a product of Vector since 2009. So this is a screenshot of our desktop client, which is the way most users interact with the environment. Instead of where's Waldo, we can play where's LibreOffice. There it is. So as a prerequisite, Prevision follows a model-based approach. So we save our customer and administrative data in a model which contains artifacts. It could be everything from a requirement, a pin, a cable, a sensor, actuator. And these artifacts have properties, and then there are compositions of artifacts, and then there are relations between those artifacts, and all these things are defined in the meta model. And this meta model is defined in the meta model, so it's models all the way down. And all these properties can have a type, and one of these types is rich text. And whenever a user tries to edit some rich text property, he will do this via LibreOffice embedded into the product, as you can see here. That's not the only place. In this case, the client is configured in a way a requirement engineer could probably use it. So on the left, you have the model view where you can select some artifacts, and on down right, there's the property editor, where one property rich text property is currently edited. We have also a powerful table framework, and if you, as a user, edit some value there, which is a rich text, you also get LibreOffice. And then there are dedicated editors if you need the document in private view. So that's all LibreOffice Writer. We do not only integrate it as a text editor, it's tightly integrated into the system. For example, you can see the gray user field in here. This is what we call placeholders, so you can drag and drop any artifact from the model into the editor that will create a user field with some magic properties and also artifacts in the model, some administrative artifacts. And then you have the connection between text and different artifacts, and they are resolved in different ways depending on the use case. You can also jump to different artifacts from a text. For the same reason, we also have, for example, synchronized the two undo stacks of LibreOffice and our application. So if you undo the placement of a placeholder in the text, the administrative artifacts are also removed in our model. And there are fewer integrations. For example, some customers have the requirement to block which user can format text bold. And all this is possible by our authorization model and is then integrated into LibreOffice. So a basic overview about the architecture. The screenshot have probably portrayed it. It's an Eclipse-rich client platform client. So we provide a window handle to LibreOffice, and then they render into our application. The LibreOffice processes are directly started by our application, at least one, sometimes multiples, depending on the use case, if you have to have parallel tasks. Our business logic is written in Java and has uses the UNO API extensively to control the editors that are shown. Some performance-critical parts are written in C++ as an LibreOffice extension. Sometimes in this code we also have to show UI elements to the customer, and we don't want them to get the impression that they're outside of our application, so they have callbacks into our code to then show UI by the standard widget toolkit. We also extensively use custom dispatches to override, for example, copy and paste and drag and drop actions, and also defined our own custom dispatches. And yeah, that's no secrets here, but that's all we use, what's available via the official APIs. This was an obvious example where everyone can see that LibreOffice is used. We also have other under-the-hood headless modes. One example is the RecRF export. So RecRF stands for Requirements Interchange Format. That's exactly what the name says. The automotive industry uses this to exchange requirements between original equipment manufacturers and suppliers. So of course we support it too. And there on the left side you see the requirements, or some example of requirements as they are stored in our system. They are also in the backend just LibreOffice writer documents. And instead of converting them ourselves into the XHTML format of RecRF, Miklos has created a filter option that you can see here, which does that for us. So we just have parallel tasks supplying those rich text or those documents to LibreOffice instances. They convert it in the format we need, and then we merge it at the end again to create one RecRF file. That is then the actual export which our customers can use. So we do not integrate Collabora Online or Collabora Office. Expected booth at this point, okay. But this is just plain LibreOffice. So the way we work is if we want to switch to a new version, Collabora is creating a Git branch for us, depending on the version. So you can go to Gerrit and just search for the prefix vector, and you will find all our branches. No secrets there. All our changes are done in main and then cherry picked in our dev and release branches. So all the changes we order are also available in master, which of course also has the advantage for us that our changes are tested and maintained. So LibreOffice is an integral part of Prevision. You have seen rich text editing, exporting, importing, RecRF, and there are more use cases under the hood, like printing diagrams. So we are also not only using Writer, but also LibreOffice Calc, and in this case LibreOffice Draw, and we also use LibreOffice Calc. Also in test frameworks, there's also a report generator we use where you can, with these placeholders, integrate different data into documents which then get exported as PDF or ODT, depending on what the user needs. And especially Miklos has developed many of these changes and bug fixes in the last years. Currently, it's Mike Kagansky who's mainly supporting us. I wasn't able to get the exact number, but there have to be several hundred fixes and features since over 11 years. So obviously we're happy, otherwise we wouldn't continue with this arrangement. And that's it.
So, hello, my name is Gert. Let's see if I can handle this equipment here. So I have to, how to go? Oh yeah, okay. So I'm working at Computer Center. Here I can see nicely the whole stuff. And so basically I work there since 2012 doing various projects in the field of data analysis and also big data projects and data analysis in big data centers with tools like Splunk. But since 5 years, or I'm working for a federal agency, or for 2 different federal agencies in the beginning, and but since more or less almost 5 years, for one who is responsible for rolling out Nextcloud, and recently in combination with Collabora. And especially there, I'm responsible for customer relationship and also for user support in these fields of Nextcloud and Collabora. And also we did a transition from going from the other online office tool to Collabora. I think we did this kind of half a year ago, and facing therefore pros and cons, where I briefly like to elaborate on these. So since I have a background in physics, I'm also interested in statistics, and also was asked to predict several resources. So I will get to this also later in a short way. So what are the kind of, say, driving and braking forces from our users and customers? So first of all, as you heard in different other talks, digital sovereignty is a big plus and a big driving force for Collabora and also for Nextcloud, and also the long-standing partnership with my customer, the federal agency, which in turn has many other federal agencies, which in turn has many users, which I normally do support on a daily basis. Collabora on the technical side was easy to configure and had no message queues like another product where we had several issues with. And but on the other hand, we had many users who are, of course, still in the Microsoft world. They receive Microsoft Office and different Microsoft Office formats and have to handle them in Collabora and vice versa. So there we saw that there are several issues which I also report internally. But so I just want to stress here, for my customer, it's very important to increase this compatibility. And also accessibility is a big item among my customers, because also it's the law that software has to be accessible, or as we say in German, barrierefrei. And another important topic is a PDF viewer, where we had also some good talk with Collabora, whiteboards, and also supports for citation systems like Citavi, which, as far as I know, are not yet implemented. And so recently there is an ongoing demand also for analytics tools, which is also sometimes makes me happy, because that's basically also my field. And I would be curious and like to create some awareness here, because we have heard some nice talks about Calc, and maybe there are also more features or more things where Collabora could create some, so let's say, some kind of use cases or examples how to use Calc for data analytics. Because so far what I observed, my customers use quite heavily another open software tools like KNIME or R, and I personally also used R to predict the user numbers for Nextcloud solutions for my customers. And so I would be curious if there could be more integration going on. So I'm open for a discussion later or in the further days, and if there are other potential use case with Calc. And also maybe we plan to do some more customer surveys to get a better understanding what the customers are really wanting. Because sometimes it's a little bit changing, sometimes it's whiteboards, and recently it's analytics. And so we have to get a better picture what is really important for them to support them better in collaboration with Collabora, of course. And so there's one app you might aware in the Nextcloud ecosystem called the Analytics apps. This is pretty much of interest among my customers. Unfortunately, this app is also currently an unsupported app, but I would wonder if there could be features in Calc or to work better together with apps or with these kind of use cases, which mainly are, let's say, show analysis, regression analysis also maybe on live data and on machine data and on survey data and whatsoever. And so far this is quite nicely implemented in the Analytics app, but as I said, it's an unsupported app, so it's always a bit difficult to interact for requests of my customers. I think that's basically it. Maybe I saved some time, and thank you for your attention. Okay, then the next one is, I have to press one more. Ananta, thank you.
Good afternoon. So my name is Ananta and I'm from InDrive India Private Limited. I've come from Bangalore, India. Here I'm not going to bore you with too many jargons like data security, data sovereignty and all that, because that's already been covered with the presentation, with many presentations. It's primarily InDrive and Collabora Office. It's primarily a partnership for secure enterprise collaboration. InDrive is all about the content collaboration workspace. Okay, it's primarily to do with, it's got all the tools that are essential for you to do your business day-to-day business and work. It's got the email, it's got the Drive Office suite built in, it's got the chat, video platform, and of course the video meetings also. Apart from that, we also have the ability to deliver the remote applications, the third-party applications or the desktop applications or the enterprise applications through a common workspace. And that's the differentiator for us. Okay. We can actually deploy this both on premises or in a hybrid managed environment or a fully cloud hosted environment. That's how we go about doing it. So as we talk about, I just wanted to tell Michael that we've got the clearance from the customer to get the case study. We just received the email, right? Okay, so again, I'm not going to go too much into detail as far as this part, but this slide is concerned. It's all about data security and data sovereignty and data residency. Particularly in the country like India, where when we are working with the government departments, the data cannot move out of the Indian legal geography. And that's one of the primary requirements. And this is exactly where we play a role. And this is exactly where the Collabora also plays a very critical role, right? So this is what we actually mean by data sovereignty. So within the legal jurisdiction of the country's boundary. And this is exactly what is achieved in our first customer, Port Moresby General Hospital, which is our first customer. Before I go into that, so I just, it's again what we faced, the challenge that we faced when we started integration. We started with LibreOffice Online. And one of our developers said, let's go with Collabora. And that's how we switched over to Collabora. Otherwise, which actually reduced a lot of development cycle for us. The integration and development cycle, it actually prevented the reinvention of the same wheel. Okay, that's the great advantage that we got by moving into the Collabora part of it. So, of course, we all know Collabora is a very powerful, LibreOffice-based office suite, enterprise-ready solution. Of course, you have the code, which is the developer edition also. All document formats, it's all covered again. So let's not get into the details about this once again. So, okay. Why we chose? Again, as I said, stop reinventing the same wheel. And it also goes with our philosophy of working with open source. So we worked a lot with open source. And our entire development platform is on open source. right? Of course, at the moment, our InDrive, the middle integration part is still not released into the open source, but eventually, probably about 6 months down the line, we'll put it into open source community. That's the plan that is going on at this moment. Okay, so now we use the WOPI protocol for seamless integration. Of course, we customize the UI to match the InDrive's look and feel. And we have done that. Actually, the InDrive's UI themes have been brought into the Collabora part. And we are continuously doing that with the new versions coming in. This is about the storage and authentication system. So we have a complete single sign-on platform that is integrated with the InDrive. So you have the identity and access management platform, which is one of the products that we have, which we call as Endorse. Okay. And another product that we have is Fusion, which is a know your customer kind of an environment, which integrates a lot of AI tool sets like TensorFlow and others. Others also with this. Again, real-time collaboration and all this is a part and parcel of the InDrive part. So most of these are the features that actually we started our development with comparing with that of the Google Office, Google Workspace, and that was our target. Not working with anything small. And you know that in India, the government departments or the government organizations are not allowed to work with either Microsoft Office, Office 365, or Google, primarily because you do not know where the data is going to be. And that's the fundamental question that we try to answer with this. And that's exactly what our main sales point for us. Now, faster time to market. The Collabora integration has helped us to come faster into the market. And of course, cost efficiency is really great. And on-premises deployments provide, puts the data back into the customer, hand, control back into the customer's hands. And that's the key for us. That's the key for us. Again, just to tell you about the Port Moresby General Hospital's integration, the data is residing well within Papua New Guinea's legal geography. That is, the data resides both in their on-premises service as well as their own private cloud, hosted in the local ISP's data center, not anywhere outside. Okay, and it's a hybrid environment that has been, that we have achieved, over there. Okay, scalability, of course, from small deployments to enterprise-wide deployments, because our deployment model is completely on Kubernetes. We don't go with the virtual machines or the physical servers kind of approach at all. That gives us the flexibility to deploy on both on small or in a hybrid environment or a fully cloud hosted. And the scalability is, like you can imagine, we can write the rules the way we want to scale based on various factors. We can automate that scalability as we want. And going forward, of course, Collabora support, I must say, give a big thumbs up to Collabora, for providing that great support during our initial days of integration. Okay, the guidance, the hand-holding, really amazing. I mean, particularly Eloy, the way he coordinated the whole work. Thank you very much, Eloy, for that, the coordination that you did. And of course, now of late, we have also started getting good leads from Collabora, for our product, both in India and others. And we are targeting not just the Indian market, but also the other geographies as well. So we have recently incorporated our US entity, InDrive incorporated in USA. And we are looking at going global very shortly. And of course, we are also going to come up with the public edition, that is B2C model, free to register, free to use. Okay, reason why we are doing that is, if I can get you use this platform, you influencing your buyers, your companies, company heads to go with this platform is far higher than I try to come and sell to your company, right? So getting the people to use it is what most important for us, and that's one of the reasons why we are going with the public release and general public release also. So where we invite the people to register and start using it. And if any one of you want to evaluate our drive and the Office integration that we have done, please let me know. I'll send you the invite links to just set your passwords and start, using it. And your feedback is, we welcome your feedbacks. Of course, these are some of the, I also already talked about the Port Moresby General Hospital. And this is the screenshot of one of the, the workspace where you find the full integration, okay? And the next one, of course, you don't have the screenshot here. The third-party application, their own internal hospital management applications and everything getting delivered through this workspace is something that, we don't actually have the screenshot here, but I can show you how this is done separately. Very recently, when I was in Papua New Guinea about 2 weeks back, I got the government of Papua New Guinea to declare this InDrive and the Collabora Office integration as a viable alternative to Microsoft Office 365 to be used in different government departments in Papua New Guinea. And that's a big plus point for us. Okay. Now the government of India is very serious, particularly the Defense Research and Development Organization is seriously evaluating to adopt this particular platform. Of course, I already spoke about this, the challenge and this thing, hybrid deployment, data sovereignty, and of course, Collabora is providing them the Office-like capabilities. We have integrated currently. What is running over there is 23.04, but in our demo environment, we have 24.04, and we'll migrate to 25.04 very shortly. Deeper integrations, of course, the artificial intelligence and other components are going to come in. Data summaries, document summaries, some development summaries, and all that is going to come in very quickly. Continued collaboration with Collabora and the future development, it's something which is an ongoing process for us. Key takeaways, quick time to market, very quick time to market, and easy, very easy to adopt. That's what is my key takeaway here. So here's my email address if somebody wants to contact me, and you have my phone number also. And if you have any questions, I'm available here. You can always talk to me separately. Thank you. Thank you very much. And the next.
Yeah, hello. So my name is Birgit Becker from eGroupware. I have been many talks before, so I'm not going too deep into eGroupware itself. I want to go for something specific, which is e-invoices with eGroupware. Yeah, I'm one of the managing directors at eGroupware. And you may know, or you may not know, that e-invoices is a big topic, at least in Germany, from this year on, for business-to-business interactions. So you are required now as a business company to be able to receive, store, and process e-invoices. And from beginning of next year, you need to be able to create e-invoices. And so everything invoice part needs to be on an electronic way. And one important thing to understand is a PDF doesn't fit into that e-invoicing thing because it's not structured enough to be automatically processed. So in Germany, at least, there are two formats which nicely fit into that e-invoicing thing. One is a pure XML format, which is called X-Rechnung. And the other one, it's called Zugpferd. Don't ask me for that acronym. But it's a hybrid model of the PDF, which can be easily displayed and read, also from human beings, and an embedded XML file in the PDF. But what you need to know is whatever is shown on the PDF doesn't matter at all. The important thing is the only thing which matters for this e-invoicing is the data in the XML file. So if you create something, you could show, for sure it's stupid to do that, but in general you could show something totally different, even the amount someone has to pay on the PDF than what's in the XML, and it doesn't count at all what's in the PDF. So this is how such a Zugpferd invoice will look like. On the left-hand side, you see the readable PDF. On the right-hand side, you see the structured XML format, which is for sure, it's an interpreted XML displayed here, because the XML itself looks totally different, showing the different values going for the buyer information and all these kind of things. But at least there are some things which makes it available for human beings to also read what's in the XML file. And so we had the decision to make, are we going to either create something in eGroupware itself, which is able to process and handle and export and create all these XML things, or do it and transfer it somewhere else? And we decided it makes more sense for us and for our customers that we are able to do it on our own. It doesn't mean that there is a cutting point at some part where you anyway move the data over to tax department and whatever, but it always is a question of, am I able to, let's see, process that invoice, check everything's correct before I hand it over? And therefore we created that app beginning of or end of last year to be able to start with it, and this is how it looks like. Wasn't there somewhere that nice pointer thing? No. Doesn't matter. So there are different kind of general options, and if you mouse over on something, you see also this is what it goes in the XML file. And it has some positions where you can order all the data, some summarization about this is amount goes with tax X and Y. These are the payment terms, these are buyer informations and all these kind of things. So just 2 screenshots showcasing that a bit better. And this is how it works. For sure, I faked a bit what's displayed here. So you see a bit about how eGroupware in general looks like. And you have a list of your invoices being displayed so that you can also summarize from when I go for outgoing things, has it already been paid, what are the amounts I'm expecting for this month or next month or whatever. And then when I created something, I simply go for the invoicing part, and I can say either use insert into document, which is something specific we have in all applications because we are working with the data. And we use placeholders, so you can store parts in a readable template as a placeholder, and then the data gets merged into the document. But you can also directly create or use something for importing by having a PDF and just clicking on it, getting it into your invoice app, and then it gets imported into the system for being able to process and view the data. So to be able to really efficiently use it, we have a lot of options for the configuration, like this is my data I want to use as seller information. Here is my tax information, all these things, and it gets automatically sent into the XML format. But you can also specify custom fields. So from the customer, when I want to create the invoice, this is where the customer number is stored. And this is where the IBAN is stored and all these kind of things. And then when you create it, you simply select it from your address book. You select the customer and it gets automatically into the invoice, and you just need to add whatever you want to have in your invoice. So this is like the configuration things are looking, and you can easily specify it to your needs. So it doesn't matter if you may already have stored customer numbers in, and the field is named like that. You just specify this is a field name, and therefore it takes the information from there. And with this placeholder system, you can create an invoice for that Zugpferdrechnung, which looks like your invoice as in PDF looks before also. And you can also create an email template specifying, hello customer, which replaces customer automatically with the customer data. Here is your invoice from specifying the invoice number and all these kind of things. And then when you create it, this is an example how our invoice with the PDF or with the, it's created in Collabora Online, and it just has a placeholder information and they get merged then it was the data of the customer and created as a PDF. And additionally to the PDF, for the PDF generation, we use the SDK API. And then we have a different plugin creating the XML and embedding it into the PDF. And so this is like the invoicing process looks like. I have my invoice information going into, and I select an invoice template here. This can also be different, for example, for different use cases. We have a German and an English version of that. And I'm specifying my email template, and then I'm just clicking on issue to start that process, and it automatically generates the PDF and attach it to the mail, and it opens in my Compose window showing all these kind of things. And this is like an invoice then looks as the PDF being generated. And this is like the XML file being embedded in that thing would look like if you just look at the pure XML in that file. And this is like the composing way then looks like. You have automatically the customer selected with the invoice email address being addressed. You have the invoice being attached to it. You find it automatically the text you prepared in your template, and you just send it out, and it's automatically stored in the system attached to the invoice. So also the storing and processing, which is legally binding, is given with that. But you can also manually do it and use that whole processing with the templates you have and these things, for example, for something like Zahlungserinnerung, so I'm missing the word at the moment. Payment reminders. So you just send it out and use the same system for payment reminders for your customers. Thank you. If you have any questions, this is what we do with eGroupware in general in combination with Collabora Online.
Hello, so I'm Francesco Sardara. I will start speaking about how we integrated Collabora Online in our Europa community platform. So a bit about me, I was born in Sardinia, Italy, but I moved since 10 years in Belgium. I'm a software developer, and since around 15 years I'm specialized into Drupal, and I'm currently employed indeed for the European Commission. To be specific, I work for Digit, which is the Directorate General for Digital Services, and I'm in the web sector. A bit about Drupal and Digit. So we adopted Drupal as a corporate solution back in 2013. What is Drupal? Drupal is a content management system written in PHP. It was chosen as a solution because it has a strong content management capabilities, integration with workflows. It's very highly extensible. And of course, the main key point is it's an open source project with a growing community. So we started working with that, and at the moment we have around 60 Drupal developers hired. We have more than 300 websites. We migrated from early versions like Drupal 6 back until now we are using Drupal 11. And we offer multiple solutions that can cover from simple presentational websites that basically are most static to bigger websites that publish information about medicines, or communities website where we have user collaborating. And that's where it's our focus today. We call our solution for communities ECP SaaS, which stands for Europa Community Platform. So it's a ready-to-use solution based on OpenSocial to create and manage online communities. OpenSocial is a community management system based on Drupal. It's also open source and can be found on Drupal.org as a distribution. So the focus points of our solution was to bring members together in a secure, trusted environment, to connect expertise and knowledge across Europe or the world based on where they are located, and then motivate and engage the users with content creation and real-time collaboration tools. And that's where we started our journey with Collabora. So we were looking for to cover these needs, which was allowing our users to collaborate on documents. And we had two main stakeholders at this point. We were to cover the needs of the users, what they were looking for. They needed something that was easy to use, something that they were familiar with, because of course they come from, I don't know, maybe other solutions for document editing, and then it's something reliable. They're working on important documentation or files, so it needs to be stable, it needs to be proof. So at the Digit side, instead, we wanted, of course, something that was open source. That's always the base for our decisions. We wanted something that will ensure, especially in these dire times, the digital sovereignty of our data. We wanted something reusable. This is very important. We didn't want to pick something that was only suitable for this part of websites, but something that we could use also in all the other projects. Maybe not for collaboration, but even from previewing of documents or anything that could envision document. And of course, we needed something that was secure because the data that we handle is quite sensitive. So we started with the first approach. We wanted to try to reuse something that was already available and open source, which was Nextcloud. We wanted to tackle two things at once. Basically, Nextcloud, aside from being a file management platform, can manage much more, but we focused only on the file management part. So we are already using Nextcloud successfully for other solutions. So we wanted to use the powerful file management capabilities it already has, and instead of rebuilding them on Drupal, which by default doesn't come with such a comprehensive solution. So all the permission system, the share capabilities that it offers, Nextcloud, we wanted to just reuse them. And of course, Nextcloud fit our requirements. There is no vendor lock-in. You can self-host it, and it's GDPR compliant. So we did develop an integration, a proof of concept using the API that is available from Nextcloud, mapping our files basically and our structure of the groups that we have in our communities back to Nextcloud, and then we gave it to try it out for the users. But we had fortunately mixed feedback. They say that it's very powerful, but it's too confusing for them to use. because they had to bounce between two different websites that had a different user interface. So for them, it was not that easy to navigate. So at that point, we had to come up with another solution. And that's where we decided, okay, let's use Drupal as a file management and a file storage solution. Use the powerful access handling that already has in it, and find a solution that allows online document editing, which provides an API. We already looked back in the days for WOPI, so we were already familiar with the concept. So of course, it has to offer collaborative editing, and it was a big plus if there was already something existing around. So we contacted the Collabora guys, we took a look around, we had a demo with Hubert and Eloy, and we decided to go for Collabora. I mean, the reasons, I listed them in here, many of these are very well known for you, but first thing for us was that it's backed up by a trusted open source company, which gave us the confidence to move forward and work with that. You can fully self-host it, so it's GDPR compliant. So again, we all go always back to the data sovereignty part. It's secure, it has regular updates, so that also fit our needs from for that part. The other important part for the user, which is the support for a wide range of document types, so that was also a big plus. And the familiar user interface was also a very important point. The user found himself at ease with the controls, and he could easily get familiar with that. So at that point, since there was already a version of the module written by Hubert, we put our team on it. We decided to contribute to this. We focused on improving integration with the Drupal permission system, so in a way that at the moment in the UI, you can simply choose which roles can do which permissions with which types of files. Then we added integration with the groups module. The groups module is the de facto standard at the moment to handle communities or groups of users. So now also these permissions are mapped inside the module itself, so it can be used, in this case, by OpenSocial. We added full test coverage, which is also another very important thing for us. It's mostly, of course, integration test, but that's what we do. We write fully tested the functionalities. We also added a bit of other improvements like the WOPI proof integration, and then we brought up the coding standards up to Drupal latest ones, including the support for Drupal 11. Now a quick few screenshots how this was integrated in ECPSAS. Again, this is basically also what OpenSocial uses because it's the base product. So we went for two workflows. One is the file uploads, where the user can upload their already existing document, or we allow them to choose from a file template that can be configured either site level or per community, let's say. So that it can include, for example, a header and footer always with the same style. So they can pick which document type is to be used by base. And then afterwards, in our file management system, that's where they find it. They can create documents basically in folders, organized in folders. And based on the access that they have, they can either view the document or directly launch it in edit mode. Additionally, we developed a way to lock the file for editing, so that if the document has reached a version that is stable enough, they can lock it to prevent further editing, or they can even create a new revision, basically making a version of it that is not editable anymore, and they can then download it or attach it to a page. What we are looking in the future, at the moment we are developing an improved modal and embedded preview, so it can be configured to directly show a small preview on a page or open in a modal with the full Drupal controls. And then we're analyzing more improvements, for example, integration with the workflows, a way to have a specific version of a file stabilized and marked as final, and while still asking for reviews of the next changes. A way to preview specific versions of or revisions of a file, and maybe in that point I see that there is a way to compare files, so maybe it would be nice to offer a way to launch 2 revisions and compare them. A smarter revision policy, and now also user mentions, we are looking into that, and then anything else that comes, the user settings and the global settings integration, also that one is on the plans. And that's it.
Hello, do you hear me? It's working now. Okay. Hello, everyone. I want to first thank for the opportunity to be here. I am Lavinia. I work as a developer at XWiki for 7 years already. I work from Romania. As part of my work there, I developed the Collabora XWiki integration, and I will say a few, oh, no, the other way around. Oh, okay, this was the first slide, okay. So today I will start by saying a few words about XWiki, following with a demonstration on how the integration works and how it can be used effectively. And at the end, I will add just some little bits of technical details. So first, about XWiki. XWiki is an open source company. It was developed more than 20 years ago as a wiki-based solution. Its focus is on knowledge organization and management. What is nice about it is the fact that it was developed as a light and powerful platform, so you can add specific changes that are tailored to your needs. Using in-page scripting or data structures, you can develop your own applications in order to enhance the standard capabilities of XWiki. One of these applications is Collabora. So on how it works, before being able to use the Collabora integration, you would first need to install it and then to configure it. I will say a few words only about 2 of these configurations. One is the server. So in order to have the configuration, the integration working, you need, besides the XWiki instance, a Collabora instance hosted by you or another provider. And you need to add the server address in the configuration. The other configuration, which is edit using MainWiki, is a bit more technical, but in short, XWiki offers the possibility to have more than just one wiki in your XWiki instance. So you can have multiple sub-wikis, and each sub-wiki can be on a different domain. And as you know, for Collabora to work, it needs to know the domain that will access it. So in order to not need to add each domain for each sub-wiki that you might have on the Collabora hosts configuration, you can use this this option, and you will edit with only using one domain. This makes the application really easily configurable, and with you have as least configuration steps as possible. After having it configured, you can go directly to use it. This is a wiki page, so you have the title, some actions, you have the wiki page content that can be edited using what XWiki offers, like macros or real-time editing. On the bottom of the page, you have the docextra section, where you can add comments, check history, or other information, but you also have the attachment section. This is how it looks. So here you can upload your attachments. What the standard XWiki instance has is that you have your attachments, you have some actions for them, and what was missing from here and Collabora added is the possibility to edit them. So now for the files that are supported by Collabora, you will have the Collabora button there. It's important to know that in XWiki you have a write system. So for a document, I might have the view or and edit write, but I might also have only the view write. So if I only have view write for a document, then the Collabora button will mimic that that write. So the Collabora button will redirect me to the view action in Collabora. Okay. You can also, instead of just uploading a file and only then editing it here, you can create a new Office file directly. And after doing that or clicking the Collabora button, you are redirected directly to the Collabora editor. So as you can see here, I'm still in XWiki, yet I'm seeing the Collabora editor fully integrated in my page with all the features that you already know of present in here. So from now on, I can add everything that I want, and at the end, I can go back to XWiki to do other things that I want to do, or edit another file. So that's on the how it works. Now a few words about how the integration was done. A lot of things you already know of, but I wanted to maybe specify some aspects that are specific to XWiki. So in order to have this integration working, we set up the UPI protocol, which is a set of REST endpoints. As part of that, we also taken care of the token management, access token management part. I already mentioned that that token mimics the rights you have in XWiki, so you can have only view or edit and view rights. Then we have the discovery XML file. Then we have the web iframe, which is added on the page displayed to the end user. As a last step, we have the post message API. This is the one that enables a smooth connection between the Collabora editor and the host application, which is XWiki. Okay, that looked better on my laptop. Okay, so this is a structured message exchange for listening and sending messages. And I wanted to mention some use cases where we use this post message API. One is about token renew. So those access tokens that I was telling you just before have a limited lifespan. And you could have been in a use case where you were in an active editing session, and your token was expired. What we did was that we relied on the doc modified message sent by the Collabora editor in order to know that a save was done. So on a save, we check if the token is expired. If it's expired, we renew it and perform a new save in order to not lose changes. The same doc modified message was used for knowing if there are unsafe changes. So when one user wants to edit, to close an editing session, we check if there are unsafe changes and inform him about it. Other changes that we have, this is something that's still in progress. I just added here a screenshot to have something maybe to see. The idea would be to add some buttons. So we relied on the post message API for insert button, and in here I added 2 new buttons for save and close the editor. Okay, that's this. Thank you. You can check the Collabora code. It is it's open source, so you can check the code if you're interested. Thank you very much.
Yes, so thank you for having me, and I'm a proud partner, Collabora Productivity, and I will continue the ethical strides that we were talking about last year, and you can see my email address here if you like. We are a social company providing hosting and free software development, both for non-profit organizations, small and medium enterprises, individuals, but also some governmental institutions. So I will not mention any particular names, but we will focus on the use cases here. So the mission statement for this is that, okay, we take part in activities, and especially Document Freedom Day. And if a person at a company can get 5 colleagues to join, we can also have a workshop with them specifically. So that's basically the critical mass that we want, 5 to 10 people or something like that, so that, that they can take part. But we try to show best practices for document liberation at all of these workshops. And 3 years ago, in 2022, a few people showed up at one of these workshops, and they had a small publishing company, and they were like, okay, we have some very old files. We haven't been able to look at them in 18 years or something like that. And we never think that we will be able to see the contents of them again. So that was their stance. And the documents that they had were PageMaker 6 files. Yeah. So they have been publishing from the 80s and continue with that. And as some of you know, PageMaker 6 or PageMaker in total was cancelled in 2004. So yeah. So since then there has not been anything. So we were discussing with them how can we do this? Is there something more? What are the other workflows? And yes, there were some that they didn't even have the PageMaker files power, so we were also required to have OCR to make sure that, okay, we get all of their publishing into a digital form again. So redigitizing in that sense. They also had some TIFF images that were available. So since we are working with Collabora Online and Nextcloud, we also thought, okay, this is a perfect use case for the workflow application in Nextcloud. So basically, they put the PageMaker files in one directory. They put the PDFs in one directory, and they put the TIFF files in another directory. And then the workflow, depending on what the directory is. So for the beginning of this, we were just using the Uno tools to convert the PageMaker files, making sure that they can get them, start to editing whatever is not looking that nice. Was a lot, but yeah. And for the PDFs, we were running Tesseract on them to OCR them, and then try to have the structure available, and then they were able to do something with them as well. And we did the same with the TIFF images if they were not only illustrations and so on. That was simmering a bit for a time. And then when Collabora Online started to get the very new feature-rich APIs for doing these things, yes, thank you, we started to think, yeah, we should continue with this, make sure that there will be something coming out of this. And that name we came up with was the Document Liberation Publisher. Yeah, it's a bit imposterous, but yeah. What we did then to extend this to get something that is available, and like 15 years ago I was working with the Swedish Literary Bank, which is at the time when I was working there, we were the largest producer of ebooks in Swedish. So for me it was very natural to say, okay, we should produce these and convert them to EPUB, so that and that's a perfect fit for Collabora Online as well. So combine that with what I have been doing in other projects with the open publication distribution system. So you have a complete library, a digital library. We will soon be able to publish this to the world and make sure that these books that have been only resold on the net because they were not printed anymore can be available to everyone, either in their mobile device or on their computer. We will try to make it as generic as possible so it will fit everyone. But of course there probably will be some adaptation. But yeah, I will get to another section here, which is for those of you that were here last year. We announced this for you. And since we also had the question before lunch, we did have an agreement with Collabora Productivity to publish the YouTube files on our PeerTube instance, because we cannot, with our honor intact, refer people to YouTube. That's completely impossible. So for the benefit of all of the partners, customers, you can now also try to put your privacy conscious people, provide them with the links so that they can actually download this from this. And it's already more than 350 files, including the last episode of Open Matters, and the live stream from yesterday is also there. So yeah, so that was basically what I wanted to say, and I think I have maybe 30 seconds or so left, but yeah, FPS loves cool. Thank you.
So yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, Servus miteinander. That's how we say hello in Bavaria. So I'm Markus from B1 Systems. I am in the OpenDesk project responsible for product management and for customer success from the B1 side. And I'd like to guide you today a little bit through the OpenDesk project. So it's an extension to the presentation that Lily already did. And also I want to explain a bit what the role of B1 Systems is in the project. So to start, I'd like to give a little overview of B1 Systems, so what we are doing. So we are founded in 2004, and we have a very tight focus on open source software. So we started with Linux, but we expanded our portfolio to things like development, to training, and to support. We also have managed services in our portfolio, so this is basically a fast-growing business as well. We are already 180 employees, so also quite big and probably the largest open source only company, consulting company in Germany. And what basically I'd also like to mention very shortly are a couple of customers that we have. So we are serving customers basically of all sizes in the private sector and the public sector. The projects I would like to mention are the TLZ. This is the Thüringer Landesrechenzentrum, where we build up a cloud and also operating a cloud for the state of Thüringen, so the central cloud of Thüringen, all based on open source software, by the way. And the second project I'd like to mention is the SAP Garden Linux. So this is a joint development we are doing with SAP, and we are developing there a Linux distribution jointly that's used in the SAP data centers for the internal cloud infrastructure. Also very nice. And of course, one of our biggest projects is surely the Open Desk project, and that's where I want to guide you through now. So I really already told you a couple of things regarding Open Desk, and therefore I will skip the majority of that slide because this is what you already heard. So it's a sovereign, open, and modular digital workspace. And what it means, I will tell you in a bit. So I've a little bit more time to dive deeper into the project itself and to explain you what this is all about. So we have here the partners listed. You have already seen this slide, or at least the logos in Lily's presentation. You can think about Open Desk as a bundle of open source solutions that are tightly integrated together to form a digital workspace for the public sector. So it's used for federal agencies, but also for local authorities. So everything and everybody who's in the public sector. And Lily also mentioned there will be also a private or a solution available that will be can be used for private companies then as well. In this partner ecosystem that we have here, there are the solution providers, and of course Collabora being one of the most integral parts. Because every time when you open a document or editing a spreadsheet, of course this is done with Collabora. There are also other solution partners, for example, like Nextcloud, which is providing then the file storage and the file synchronization. We have XWiki there. We have Open Project, that's a project management suite and meeting organization suite. We have Open Exchange, which provides mail and calendar. We have Univention, which is basically providing the authentication layer and the role-based access control and things like that, and a couple of more partners. And all these things are integrated in that nice interface that you have seen from Lily. She made a screenshot of it. So basically you log into one single page, and then you can access all these applications, and they are also interlinked with each other. Yeah, then there are also a couple of partners there which have special roles. And the most important one is the CENDIS, the Center for Digital Sovereignty. Lily mentioned it already. They are the product owner. That's a company which is owned by the German government, and they basically are the head of the whole solution. And then there is Stackit, which is a solution provider, or let's say a cloud provider, or mini hyperscaler in Germany. It's part of the Schwarz-Gruppe, and all these SaaS deployments we are doing, they are hosted at Stackit. And then, of course, there is B1 Systems, and B1 Systems has the role as a service provider and as a general contractor, and I will tell you in a bit what it means. Yeah? But you see, it's a quite complex construct. Yeah, it's from Germany. It must be complex. Okay, and what we are doing at B1 Systems in this whole ecosystem, are a couple of things. First of all, we are developing the architecture of this whole solution. So how this is tied together, how authentication works, additional services, and things like that. We are also orchestrating the development and providing project management services. That's also the team where I'm working in. We have also the head of the deployment and also doing migration. So that means whenever a new system is being deployed, that's done by us. We are operating the systems. So we have operators that do the 24/7 operation. We also doing support, which is a very integral part of it. So providing support, either first or second level support to the end customers. And then also routing all the support tickets to the vendors. So we are basically the hub between the customers and the vendors if tickets or problems occur that result in tickets, of course. Yeah, we do also workshops and go live support. So we completely go with the customers on that journey from the early stage of sales till the actual deployment, and then later also through the whole thing of operation. That's called customer success. That's also where I am in. And then we have also things like security and compliance, things like the GDPR. So everything is very GDPR aligned, of course, since it has to do with the public sector. And then we are also the interface to the vendors. So all the vendors which are integrated in the solution, they basically are interfacing with us and then to send this. Yes, so that's basically it. I just want to summarize it a bit because I know it's a bit complex, just to give you a little summary what it really means and how you can see the solution. So basically, it's a solution of open source software components. With Collabora, I mentioned already as a very important part, tied together, which is an integrated solution for the public sector. That's basically it. Yeah, that's all of my presentation. I think we have some time for questions. Are there some questions? No? Okay, but if you have questions later, of course, come to me. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Noel Grandin. I do some performance work for Collabora here and there. So this is a selection of my recent performance work, mostly the stuff that worked out well. What I don't talk about is the stuff that worked out badly, so let me tell you a little bit about that first. So it is an unfortunate fact that performance work is very hit and miss. Sometimes you get lucky and you manage to do great stuff and you manage to rip out tons of bad code that's doing terrible things, but a lot of the time you just can't. So these are the good ones. So bear in mind that these are the ones where things worked out well. A lot of the time I end up managing to make about a 10% difference in performance. And with some stuff, you just don't get anywhere, not at all. So this was quite a fun one. We had a situation where we are drawing big bitmaps onto, or not so much drawing as composing bitmaps. And as part of composing bitmaps, we need to transform the color using a gamma algorithm and then transform it back again. So the gamma in this particular case is a relatively simple calculation, but it involves taking a power, and computers are not very good at that, particularly when you need to do it on every single pixel of a large image. So this was quite fun for me because I got to do some maths, and I haven't done that in a long time. So what we did was we started out and we expanded the power operation and we used logs. Now if you do that, you end up with two operations. You need a log2 base operation and you need a 2 to the power of operation. Now the 2 to the power of operation is nice because that's just a shift, a bit shift. So you can bit shift it, and then bit shifts are incredibly fast. And if we look at the log2 operation, what we notice is that a floating point number is already in log2, in a kind of a log2 format. So what we do is we take the log of both sides of this equation and we end up with something that is dead simple because we can drop one of the terms and we end up with, basically we can just peel a tiny piece out of the incoming data and we get a reasonable approximation. Now I stress, This is a reasonable approximation only in terms of this specific problem. It's a terrible approximation for normal situations. But in this specific situation, we get something that's about 80% accurate, which sounds pretty bad, but in the terms of color rendering, we're transforming in and out of gamma. It's such a small change anyway that it is worthwhile, and it rips out a huge chunk of work in this specific case and makes something that renders in seconds render in milliseconds. So it was totally worth it. Okay, so that's what the code ends up looking like. It doesn't look like much, but when you compile that down to machine code, it is literally just a bit shift and a mask. And the nice thing about that with modern compilers is they can automatically vectorize that, so we end up using SIMD instructions, and the whole thing runs wonderfully fast. So this one was a little bit different. We're doing data loading here, and we're loading a document, and the document load was fairly slow, and it wasn't obvious why. So I did some digging into the data structures we were using there, and what ends up happening is something we call pointer chasing. Now, modern CPUs are incredibly fast. They are about between 10 and 1,000 times faster than main RAM. So the CPU itself can run really, really fast, but here's the tricky part. If that CPU has to keep going to main RAM, fetching a chunk of memory, doing an operation, and then going to main RAM again and fetching another chunk of information, it suddenly slows down to the speed of RAM, and at which point you're wasting most of your CPU. That's called pointer chasing. That happens when you have a pointer to a block of an object, and that object has a pointer to another thing, and that object has a pointer to another thing, and you have to chase your pointers around to get to the stuff you're interested in, and that absolutely destroys CPU performance. So what we do is what's called flattening here. So you basically take your data structures and you kind of merge chunks of it together. And yes, you end up with a data structure that's not as good. It's less general, it's more specific, and it's not as easy to work with. So that's the downside. But you end up shaving, in this case, about 50% of the cost off of the operation. So we reduce the load time there. This one was interesting because I had already optimized this about 2 years ago. Suddenly, it came back onto the bug list where the color config, where we extract color configuration information, was suddenly showing up heavily on a chart and something went slow. Now, this is one of those fun cases where the different ways in which different people program code show up. In this case, we had a relatively fast thing, and somebody added a new feature to it, and in a way that was not obvious to that person at the time, that new feature made a bunch of other things a whole lot slower. Now, fair cop to the person who implemented the code. It wasn't their fault. Didn't show up on all platforms, didn't show up in all situations, only showed up in certain specific situations. So I had to dig in there again and look at how color config was being used and pull out some of that color config code so that the cost of using the color config wasn't as high anymore, and then we got back to a reasonable place. It would be nice if we had more performance regression tests. We do in fact have some, but they're not well maintained at this point in time. They were written a while ago, and we actually have a website that even gets maintained. We track these things, but that's a problem for another day. So here, what we have is a case of a slow situation where we're laying out complicated fonts in Writer, and we end up doing a lot of calculations. And for the normal case, that's not a big deal, but when you have a lot of text and you're laying out a big document with a lot of relayouts, suddenly you end up with quite a performance hotspot in cell layout. Now, the nice thing about this one for me, and what made it fun for me, was that I'd looked at this code before. In fact, I'd looked at this code about 5 or 6 times. And every time I looked at it, I thought to myself, this can't be that slow. It really shouldn't be that slow. There's something about this that bugs me. And it took me quite a long time to realize that what we have here is a situation where we are doing the right thing. We're using matrix math to calculate the transformation we need to apply to some pixels to get to the right coordinate system for the result that we're looking for. But a matrix calculation in this specific case is a 4x4 matrix multiplied by 1 by 2 matrix. That's 9 multipliers and adds. They're reasonably fast, but it adds up. It's still costly. But what I eventually realized was that we don't actually need the matrix math in this case, because we're not doing a full-blown transformation calculation here. We're doing what's called a translation. Translation means we're moving something from one place in a linear or direct line to another place, and that's just 2 adds. So I ripped out 9 multipliers and adds, and I replaced it with 2 adds, and we end up with the same thing. Now, that's great. It was really fun for me. I stress that this is one of those situations where a specific solution is better, but the cost is that if anybody else touches that code, they're going to have to realize that's what I did, and that's why I added a comment there. If they need to make it more complicated, for example, if somebody decides at some point in the future to be bright and do a 3D transformation on the fonts or a rotation or anything like that, then of course my optimization will have to come back out. Now, this is one of those fun things where the individual stuff is actually quite fine. We're just doing it too many times. As Miklos has said before, sometimes we do too much layout or too much rendering, and this is one of those cases. We had a calc document with a ton of attached notes and comments, and the individual operations had already been optimized. They were all reasonably fast. But in this specific case, we were laying out and rendering every single caption 6 times. So that was ridiculous. And unfortunately, this was not at all an easy bug to fix. This one took me quite a long time and didn't result in a dramatic performance improvement, but it did result in some performance improvement. The reason it took such a long time is that I had to go down the code, look for each layout operation, work back up the stack, and figure out, can I remove this layout operation? If I remove it, is it going to break somebody else's code? And then I had to carefully consider that and then make a patch to remove just that layout operation. Then rinse and repeat 6 times, or actually 5 times, until we got down to 1 layout operation, at which point we were as fast as we could reasonably expect for this case. So that was nice in the sense that it demonstrated like a kind of very linear approach, one at a time, carefully analyze, take it out, supply a patch in case you're wrong, so that if you are wrong, they can remove just that part of the optimization, not all of the work you've done, and then rinse and repeat. Conditional formatting, my old friend. This one comes up so often. There's all sorts of things around conditional formatting, partly because we don't cache it very well, so we recompute vast swaths of calc documents when we have conditional formatting changes. And it is also a place where we end up with so many of what's called order n squared problems. Now, an order n squared problem is kind of the most common performance pitfall people see. It's one of those entertaining problems where an order n squared problem is fast enough that you won't notice it during normal testing, but slow enough that it becomes a real problem for people with big documents. So it falls in that entertaining in-between space. If it's worse, it'll get picked up by your QA people. And if it's better, it's obviously not a problem. But this was a very common, this was an entertaining one where we had a loop inside a loop, and the second loop got added by somebody else later on, and it worked fine for small numbers of notes. But obviously, if you have a loop and then you're looping over the same data structure inside the loop, now you're ending up with an n squared situation. And so that one I had to rip out and then rewrite the loop so that we were recalculating things in a linear fashion, so that we could import this document in a reasonable time, because I think that the customer ended up with a document that was loading in about 30 minutes, or something ridiculous. It's quite bad. I mean, it was admittedly a pathological case. The customer had some kind of automatic exporter that was generating this thing with simply vast amounts of conditional formatting. I strongly suspect there was something broken in their tool chain somewhere, but anyhow, we managed to reduce it to a few minutes, which is good enough for the situation. And that's it from me. Any questions? Cool.
That was great. You mentioned some performance tests. Are those in the LibreOffice CI tests, so that you do a make check?
No, they're not. They are run entirely separately. I forget, they're inside the main GitHub repo. I'm not for sure exactly where. They get run, I think, once a day, and that data gets fed into a database, and that gets eventually ends up on a website called perf.libreoffice.org, and there's all kinds of cool graphs there. But I check it periodically, but it's not really used a lot. It was a great idea. It was written by, I think, Marcus Morhart. Just did a great job, but we didn't get to close the loop where we get proper feedback when we break something. It relies on human intervention, and it's a little bit clunky to use. And honestly, I've never managed to figure out how or where to add stuff or make stuff better. So it's one of those things where if you feel enthusiastic about it, you should totally take a look at it, because it could definitely do with some love.
Right, wonderful. Well done for making it back in on time. Next door is more wonderful goodness from the great Pedro. Where is he? He's probably next door. That would make sense. And he will be helping with integration APIs. So if that sounds like something you would like some help with to learn more, then go next door. And Pedro will help you out. Otherwise, we will be starting again with Aaron in here. Thank you. Where is Aaron? Somewhere there.
Okay, I can speak it here, right? So, I'm Aaron Budia, and the topic of my talk will be interoperability testing and some results there. So, interoperability is something that we're challenged with every day, and even though we're testing the software regularly, it's something that doesn't really fit into the normal testing process, because we have to involve a lot of software, and which is usually Microsoft Office, because interoperability itself is passing documents and opening and editing documents in various different software. And what this means is that because of the inconvenient nature of testing, and also that file formats are very complex, like they're described in thousands pages long documents, which means that it's very hard to cover all the details in the various formats, and also that a single change can have a big impact and can go undetected for a long time, in the sense that you're working on your document in Collabora Online, for example, for a while, and then you want to open it later in Office, and it doesn't look the same, or I cannot open it. And that's definitely a problem. And while we're trying to improve the situation, in the sense that when we're fixing bugs, we're trying to add the unit tests for them, and that ensures that that particular bug or particular feature remains stable. But those unit tests they only involve LibreOffice or Collabora Online. It doesn't involve the other software in this case, and they can only test what is problem there. But they are run before merging any changes, and thus keep at least those features stable. So we have two goals when we're trying to identify and finding and handling these issues. One is to avoid regressions, and that's something that we need to do before every release and every update, because regressions are generally bursts, because what used to work does not work anymore, and that causes more problems for people who expect them to be working as they used to. This could also come from implemented features. They're not necessarily regressions, but they still mean that a new bug appeared in the software that was not there before. And the other set of issues are the ones that have been there for a long time, maybe even from the beginning. Maybe they could be like related to missing features as well. And in this case, we do want to identify them, but it's a more relaxed timeline and see when and how these can be handled. So the basic idea is, what if we could take a large set of files and we could run them to Collabora Online process, open, save it back, and then open it in Microsoft Office and see if this file still opened cleanly and if they show the same fidelity as the original document. In my case, I'm only looking at whether the document opened cleanly. Justin Luth's project is that he's trying to identify issues with document fidelity. And we're trying to automate this using the convert to endpoint, using Collabora Online, and COM interface for Microsoft Office. The test files are from public backtrackers and forums, and the numbers are like there are some 50 to 60,000 documents, there are more than 180,000 spreadsheets, 8,000 presentations. There are scripts for this in the core LibreOffice repository to retrieve them from the various forums and Bugzillas. What's good to know about these files is that they have mixed quality and mixed correctness. So it could be already buggy files that people uploaded to the Bugzilla as a non-working example. So and they could also come from LibreOffice, Microsoft Office, or some other third-party doc generators. So it's just because something is failing, it doesn't mean there's a bug. It might have been that the file was problematic in the first place. And they're also not representative, because this can be whatever the topic of certain forums were, or what people were interested in when they filed their bugs. But since they're very varied, they are good. They're still good to be able to identify issues and see if something comes up. We created a tool. It's named MSO Test. This was created by Pranam Lashkari, and later Nel Gurtin also worked on this. It's written in C#. It's available in that location, and the results are also published on that URL. The process for this tool is that the test files are collected in directories. This tool loops through them per application. First they open the original file in Microsoft Office through the COM interface and just see to whether it can open the original file, because if it cannot, then it's no use testing it further. And except for ODF formats, because ODF formats, Microsoft Office is not the original producer for ODF formats. It's not really interesting to check them check those there first. Then they're converted. For now, they're converted to OXML format, the respective OXML format, and then at this point, they check whether the conversion was successful. And in the end, the results are opened in Microsoft Office and see if can Microsoft Office open the result cleanly or not, which means the file is valid if it can be opened. Or mostly valid because Office accepts strange things, but we have to adapt to that. So this tool produces different outputs. One is structured results in the console. It kind of looks like what's on the right side. There's a CSV file which can be used for further processing. It also produces a list of failing files, both for files that failed conversion and both for files that failed opening after conversion. And there's also a list of files from the initial testing, which one succeeded and which one failed there. And that's basically static information. Then these results are published on that link that I showed previously after further processing. The result table looks like this. Is not the most recent results. It's just, I want to show the first columns. So these are technical, actually the oldest results. And also it doesn't show, when we first started using this tool, that was about 2404.8 or 9. So these older results were after the fact. But it's still interesting to see those and see if there are older regressions there. It shows the versions, the total files tested. There's the conversion failed list. And in the first column, the blue numbers are clickable and they open up the list of files. And in the further columns, they show the both the how many failed, but it also shows the increase and the decrease in the respective field. So it means that, for example, for between 2205 and 2305, there were 50 new conversion failures, and but 10 conversion failures were now gone. Same for cases when it failed, when it failed to open after conversion, and there's finally the number of files that succeeded opening. The major improvements to the tool is that this I worked on improving the result list, both for what was shown on the console, and both that was produced for processing. There are no Jenkins jobs to execute these tests. There have been some optimizations so that these tests run quicker. Some were more on the practical side, like we're using container on the same network. And another improvement is that, as I mentioned, the initial list is static, so it means that they can be reused, and you don't have to start by checking whether Office can open the original file each time. And finally, another improvement was that both the conversion and testing of converted files can be parallelized by using concurrent queues. So you just fill those queues, and after each step and the other step consumes the elements from the queues. And the reports are now published. And we thank for Sendis for supporting this work. There were some other improvements that were also useful. So now it can also not only use the online convert to endpoint, it can also use the convert to command line interface with using desktop CollaborOffice or LibreOffice builds. These are all done in Windows because it's a C# program. You need Microsoft Office, so you need Windows builds for this. And the big importance here is that you can use there are ByBisect builds for LibreOffice and now for CollaborOffice as well. And the ByBisect means that you can use like a repository of binary builds and use binary search to find where a regression started if you know that there's a point where it fails to open and there was a point where it opened cleanly. So it's much easier to identify where the problem started instead of trying to figure out, okay, you have a version number, but where could it have started between two versions? It's a bit slower than using the cool endpoint though. Some other improvements is that it's also able to, it can also create PDFs for visual comparison. This is useful for the fidelity aspect, and it can be configured separately as a config file. Some ideas for future improvement is the reporting accuracy is, now there are some tricky situations because both the conversion and opening after conversion can time out, and that means that the results are not stable. Sometimes they're like off by 1 or 2, and it just creates a bit of annoyance trying to find out whether that's actual something that started failing or got fixed, or it's just because of the flakiness. We could try converting to more formats. Currently, we only convert to OXML formats. One option would be to keep converting to the original formats, but in that case, it has to be a bit different for ODF files because there's no point in testing ODF files in Microsoft Office. But it can still be interesting because what if something goes wrong and we produce invalid ODF for whatever reason? Hopefully not, but that's why the tool exists. And another option could be to have a tool for auto ByBisecting, which would mean that you have a list of files that started failing between two versions, between two commits, and just using this tool, and this could be a script. The script would loop through the files and do a bisect, and you would finally just get a result with all the individual commits and the list of files that started failing at those particular commits without any manual interaction. So I want to talk about some improvement. These are some individual improvements and fixes that were done in the couple of months in the past. One was related to converting XLS files to XLSX that contained unsupported functions. So XLS, the binary format, doesn't contain, since it hasn't been improved recently, it doesn't contain a lot of new features like functions that the newer, that OXML supports in newer Excels. And what Excel does is that saves the files with defined names that are to maintain compatibility. So it can be opened in an older version and it will not complain. It will not work correctly, obviously, but it will not complain. And Calc used to save these. So in the XML, the defined name was empty, the XML element, and Excel didn't like that. So if we just add the hash mark, name, question mark, value to the element, then Excel opens these files cleanly. This is a very, very simple change. But maybe eventually we could think about dropping these names altogether, because it's probably not needed, but now it doesn't cause a problem anymore. And more than 2,000 sample files were affected by this change. And this change was not, this is not a regression, this has been there all since the beginnings, and it hasn't really been reported, so it seems like it haven't plagued users. That was just one very vague bug report. And this got fixed in 24.4.12, thanks to Tomasz for fixing this bug. This other issue, this was related to saving numerical dates in numerical cache in x86 formats. In the buggy state, these charts that had these cached values were removed in XML, and that was not great. And it turns out the problem was that in the XMLs, instead of the canonical representation of like integer representation of dates, formatted dates were saved. And Excel didn't like this, but this was not a regression, this was an implementation error when adding support for numerical cache. This affected about 400 samples and was fixed in 24.4.13. Another regression was related to slide layouts and that went missing in PPTX formats. This was due to an effort to deduplicate the master slides in PPTX format. I think this is what Joe talked about yesterday. This was an older issue that was coming from previous versions. But in this case, what it turned out that for the bug docs, some layout XMLs were omitted, and about 500 test files were affected. Not PPTXs, interestingly, so it seems like other formats were more prone to this one. And what's good about this is that even though it was a regression that was introduced in this particular version in 24.4.11, it also got fixed in 24.4.11 in a hotfix. So that shows how useful this tool can be to identify issues quickly. And then finally, this is a cool only bug. So this did not occur with in desktop, which also meant that it couldn't be bisected or tracked in desktop. But in this case, the split panes that were only horizontal, only vertical, were saved incorrectly. And the XML had some bogus reference to panes that were not in there in the XML. Like, for example, bottom right, but only top left or top right was existed. And this happened because Collabora Online only supports frozen rows and columns. and split panes are handled in a bit of a special case. They're shown as fixed, as frozen rows and columns, but are preserved in the during save. And this affected a couple dozen samples, and it was also fixed in a recent update. So the biggest improvements in terms of numbers, I'm not showing it here, but you can check in the website. In XLSX format, the 1600 failures went down to about 800 in the past couple of months, and for XLS to XLSX conversion, about 16,000 failures went down to 2,600. So not all of them are this easy to fix, so there are probably a lot of ones that only affect a couple of files, and that's going to be a lot of work, and we expect to continue working on this in future versions and future months and years. Thank you. Any questions? Yes?
I have one question. Is there also some kind of, let's say, triage done on judging what needs to be fixed first in interpretation?
Yes. Yes. So yes, the tool produces the results. After the results have to be investigated manually currently. But even if there was like an automatic tool to get the list of commits and failures, you would still have to. It would still be good to evaluate those separately, because.
I meant more from the user perspective, because I also filed some cases which are rather, let's say, common problems which the user has with interoperability.
So this part is completely. It's only related to test files, only related to numbers. What users do is they report bugs individually, so it's kind of hard to involve users, because these are not discovered through users, usually. Okay? Yes?
I have a question. Could this tool be used for performance regression testing?
Yeah, I think so. Both with so if you would have a set of test files, like if an organization has their own list of files and they don't necessarily want to either put them up in public or share with anyone, they could set up this either the online version or the core version. But it's not necessarily described like all the steps, but it's doable. Yes. Maybe it's something we can think about is improving documentation, and so that someone can deploy it if they intend to. Okay? Yes? Yes?
First, thank you for the talk. Very interesting stuff. Do we compare the contents as well, or is
no? We do, but that's not. I'm only focusing on the validity of these files. I think we're testing with some we're testing with one version, but these are more or less, there are not many issues that are like appear in one office and not in another. I mean, there could be like newer features or something like that. I think we're testing on 2019 right now. Okay. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Hello. Okay. Hi, I'm Sarper. I'm also from Molotropia. I'm one of those that just got merged over. I'm going to talk about LibreOffice's Python API a bit, mostly my thought experiments about it, also some actual code experiments, but nothing about the implementation of the API, more about the use of it while building an extension. So First of all, yeah, why PyUno to build an extension? I think it's kind of known if you ever worked with any extensions or anything like that. Using Uno from Python is quite trivial. It was also mentioned in the Cool.js or Zeta.js talks that it has this Pythonic way of interacting with Uno. And Python is a widely known, kind of easy to grasp, pseudocode-like looking language to use. And it has this extensive library ecosystem that you can't easily use in an extension setup, but there are some projects on GitHub, I can't really name them right now, but you can use in your extension to actually pull stuff in from like pip and use them in your extension. So that's quite usable there. And this Uno helper implementation of PyUno really helps you out all the way. But there are some also drawbacks with this nice Pythonic approach. It really simplifies everything to call functions, and you don't really cast any interfaces to any other ones, so you don't need to query any interfaces while you're using PyUno. But there are some edge cases that you need to go out of the Pythonic way because in the end, the Uno API will expect this very specific type sequences and also some calls with very specific also type sequences in this case. So for instance, to create a LibreOffice's type of a short sequence, you'd have to go with this Uno any, and you describe the type as a string, and then you would pass in a tuple so that it is actually represented correctly on the LibreOffice side. And if you're calling a function that expects something like this, it can get quite huge, as you can see here in the Uno invoke call. You pass into object to the call will act upon. You use a string to define what call you're going to use. And yeah, also the type in the end, you also need to define that. So if you see the parentheses at the end, it gets quite horrendous. But I think this is something that could be improved upon. I already brought this up in February in FOSDEM. Sadly, didn't really have any volunteer time to look into it. So this is still the case. There might be some complications with improving this with like backwards compatibility of the PyUno interface. But yeah, something to look into for sure. And if you made a custom interface implement, so if you implemented a service with an interface using PyUno, then if you're, so let's say you are going to use an X shape and you made a custom X shape, to get the actual interface name, you need to do quite a bit of hopping. So you need to tap to the insides of the interface and use query interface only after you use get type by name from there. One last tips and tricks that I mentioned in the last talk in February as well is it's obvious if you use read README of PyUno, which if you're doing extensions, I don't think no one will. But if you put a debug flag inside the PyUno library and compile LibreOffice with that, you will actually see all the Python exceptions and prints that are normally expressed by LibreOffice. Yeah, okay, this is repeating here. So since February, I also wanted to a bit continue with my experimentation around PyUno. as it is quite obvious here that everyone kind of is aware, UNO is extremely extensible. So you can implement custom dialogues, custom objects, even custom components, which is like component in the terms of writer, and calc is a component of LibreOffice. But in the, I think, the community extension bubble, people are not really going for big bites. I think on the enterprise level, people are doing great stuff in UNO. Even other than these, a few big extensions, I think people are not really using the whole power of UNO ecosystem. So I had this idea to come up with a framework for at least changing the way to create new dialogues, create some custom document embeddable and saved and loadable objects and stuff like that. And this was, this experiment is still in progress. I spent a few days on the Hack Week on this one. And what I achieved was you, for instance, to create a dialogue, you need to custom rendered dialogue, you need to use this thing called UNO control dialogue. Then you create a model, assign that model to that. You create a window peer out of that. You implement a custom paint listener. And lastly, you need to invalidate it whenever necessary so that it actually triggers the paint listener. But this is not really trivial to any kind of extension developer out there, I think. So bundling all of these together, what becomes possible is to use all of Python's library provided like plotting and everything like that. And also like you can have custom interactions in the dialogues. You can handle key input and everything. So yeah, that's the idea. This is still in a very experimental phase where I have a prototype that I'm unable to show here because I don't have it on my computer. So if you want to see it, come. I can show you the prototype that it does some custom rendering and custom key input handling using an extension. But the possibility is there. So what I'd like to, at some point, if I get to continue this, is to have this whole custom painting and custom dialogue thing maybe also lay out automatically, dynamically, if you resize any kind of window or anything like that, so that it's a bit trivial to create dialogues and they're very usable. And yeah, creating context menus and stuff like that associated to shapes and objects could be way more trivial. I still don't want to abstract any actual power of UNO away, so it should still expose everything that comes from the UNO API, but it can abstract away this whole boilerplate that's not needed. Yeah, there are similar efforts that I wanted to mention before finishing off, which is a more spread on GitHub, has Python or DevTools that abstracts away all the UNO types. That's not what I'm exactly going for. Yeah, if you have questions or if you want to chat about it, you can find me. And yeah, I have a demo-like thing if you want to see that. That's all. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Szymon, and as usual, I will talk about how we bring all these nice dialogues to your browser. So this time we don't have many new widgets because it seems we have all the useful ones already ported to online, but of course our team still does some refinements and polish the existing ones. So first, let's start with the under the hood details, how we show the dialogues. So in the core, the LibreOffice, we have all dialogues coded in XML files which have .ui extension. They describe all the layout and content of dialogues. We can preview these dialogues using the graphical editor called Glade. We can move different widgets around, and then they are coded, the logic is coded in C++. It is useful to reuse existing dialogues which are familiar to users, so we created the some kind of a framework we call JS Dialogues to bring and expose these components using the LibreOffice Kit API. So the idea is very simple. We just dump the content into the JSON object, and then we transfer that to the browser. On the browser, we build the needed user interface using the HTML. When user interacts with that new dialog, we send the message to the server, which does all this, which applies all these changes in the original dialog, and we send back the response. As I said, we have builder on the browser side, and we have a couple of them for different different needs. Like when you use your mobile device, you want some simple UI which is useful for touch device, so we render that in slightly different way on the bottom of the phone, but the same content can be prepared for the desktop, like the sidebar on the center. It's actually the same thing, but adjusted for the desktop, like the right one for the mobile. We have also specialized builder for notebook bar, which works slightly different because we needed some custom widgets there. And of course, we can adjust the look of the dialog on the browser using the CSS. We have the dark mode support, which was polished recently, so it looks very nice. And like I said, we communicate with the server to get the updates of the dialog. So of course it would be not good to send all the content on every change. So we use that full updates only once when we create the dialog, but later we try to optimize the bandwidth. So we use the minimal description of the change we can use. So when there is only one container which was changed, we send only that and its children, or maybe if there is only small change like selection of the item in the list, we send only small action which tells us what to select. To optimize even more, we have the on-demand rendering. So only when client see some content, we request the needed images, so we don't have to send them already when we create dialog. So it saves some time, so dialog can appear more quickly. Of course, the accessibility is a big topic, and we did many improvements over recent year. So we have these nice shortcuts for the keyboard users on the notebook bar, and also we support all the accelerators in the dialogues. We constantly improve the flow with the tab key, for example, and there are other improvements to make all these dialogues or sidebars even more pretty and accessible. Like we had many widgets which were rendered as a one piece, and now we try to separate them into separate entries, like we did for the sidebar for transitions, where now we have separate elements. We can lay out more better in so they fit your screen, and also style them better. That's all from me. Thank you.
Make sure I'm on the list this time. Otherwise, this could look awkward. I am on the list. Okay, that's great. Memory reduction, which is my most recent thing, so hopefully more fresh in my mind than other stuff. So this is the very rough diagram of the online architecture. So you've one cool WSD, you've many kits, and you have one fork kit, and your fork kit's job is to make kits. The point of this is that when it comes to memory reduction, if CoolWSD accumulates memory, then it'll be around for a long time. If an individual kit accumulates memory, it'll last for a shorter period of time. So there's a difference in kind of the impact. On the other hand, a kit will uses up a lot more memory, typically than CoolWSD. So some kind of general architecture there. And then on the actual difference between a fork kit and a kit is that in all cases, a kit is basically a LibreOffice instance, and a fork kit is LibreOffice initialized up as far as when you would load a document. And then what happens is that you're using the fact that Linux does copy and write to take your fork kit at this pause before it opens a document state, and you clone it for every individual document you open up, and you're hoping that the fork kit, that the new kits will share as much as possible from that fork kit, so that each individual document takes a small amount of memory, and that it's sharing what it's inherited from this one in between. Which means that when you're trying to save memory, you're doing a few different things. You are trying to maybe find out where you copying memory, why is there memory being copied when you're between the original fork kit and the kit, and if you can avoid doing that copy in the first place. Is there things you're touching that you don't need to touch? Then there's cases of when there's things that a kit is allocating, that maybe you've got every kit is allocating the same thing, and you can move that to the parent fork kit, and you only have to allocate it once, and then you can share it. And then there's cases of where you're just allocating memory that you don't need, and can you avoid that? And then that outside of those kit and fork kits, back up in CoolWSD, where you have this long-lived memory, can you reduce the amount of memory there? And in general, can we just identify what is doing what, and what is the memory we have in mind? So with this fork kit, we have the preload data, where we try to load up everything in this one case, so that all of the other kits will inherit it. So you're trying to make sure that everything that will be used eventually happens in the fork kit. So the obvious ones we have is spelling dictionaries. We know you're likely to spell check. We know you're likely to hyphenate. You might use the thesaurus. You'll definitely have the icons in the sidebars and the user interface. All those are going to be loaded anyway. So we insist that they're loaded in the fork kit once, and then we're hoping to reuse the copy of all of that in the individual kits. So the first kind of approach looked at more recently was to have a look at the differences between your fork kit and your kit, and see where are there things being copied by that kit that we did not expect to get copied, that we assumed that the original fork kit copy would be left alone and it wouldn't require changing. And the approach we're using here is to use Linux's perf. We try to find out what thing does a kernel call when it does this copy and write, and it's this WP do WP page thing. You can write a perf, you can inject a perf probe for that as written there, and then you can visualize as a flame graph, as we've seen during the last few days, as what, to get an overview of what is being copied when a kit is being created from a fork kit. And we look at the widest one. And I've just zoomed in here to one of the widest ones. And we can see that we've got some configuration stuff going on here. And we see that this is just the stuff that has been copied. So we've got some stuff that's been copied here. It's in the configuration. We know that we've actually pre-loaded all the configuration. So we expect that there should be no reason at this point to do any modifications to the configuration. It is, so perhaps the document had just started. The first assumption is maybe there is some writing to configuration going on by something that decided that it's going to be different. Why is it copying? We don't know initially. We have modified this configuration so that it should not be modified just by the sheer fact of looking at it. If you increment the reference count, decrement the reference count, there should be no modifications going on there. And there's just one branch of this whole configuration manager thing, which is just missing that optimization, which goes unnoticed unless you could be able to visualize what is going on and being able to look at the full picture of what copying is going on. So this small, in the overall scheme of things, adds up to about 2.8K per document just in this copying. And the little issue is that these are the localized configuration names. The names of the localized options adds up to about 2.8K per doc. So that's identifying things that were copied which shouldn't be copied. There's more of them, but that's just a sample of that to take advantage of copy and write and to discover when it's happened, when you didn't want it to happen. The other obvious approach that I said earlier is just to find things that every individual kit allocates. And if every kit is allocating the same thing, this looks like an obvious candidate of something that should have been allocated once back in the parent kit. The approach I've used in here is just to reuse Google's tcmalloc, which has some ability to trace where allocations are coming from, and it makes some use of that, and then use a flame graph again to visualize where are most allocations happening in a freshly created document. So you get this wall of allocations, and if you zoom in on them here, we can look at some of them later. We'll go through 2 or 3 of them. But just the point is that you can see what has been allocated in a freshly created document. You can click on it, you can zoom in, and obviously the wider something is, the more significant it is. So you can just go straight to the wide ones and not worry about smaller ones. So if we zoom in on one of those, we're seeing here is in the sidebar at the bottom, the second last line that's visible, you can see it's sidebar toolbox. The sidebar toolbox is inserting graphics into the sidebar for the icons, and it turns out that the sidebar uses up quite a few icons, and this is not a path that's part of the preload that we have done for all the other icons. So we're just missing a case of load up the icons in the sidebar that we're likely to use. So we just add this into the list of things in the preload that we allocate. Every one of the, now the fork kit loads these up, and the individual kit copies don't have to have their own one. So you've gone from however many kits are loading it, all of them, 50 at a time simultaneously perhaps, to just having one single copy in that fork kit parent. The best type of allocations are the ones that you don't need at all. And again, if we go back to the original list here, close to the right hand side where you can just about see some text, you can see 2 tall bars there. So we're just zooming in on those 2 tall bars there. Each bar is a list, the font lists. You have 2 font lists when you look in Collaborate Line. Typically you have one on the top bar and one in the sidebar. Each one of those is one of those bars. And what it is doing is it's going through all of the text that you may show in the combo box, finding out how wide it is, measuring the glyph widths, caching the glyph widths for use later on, using that to determine what's the widest string. And it doesn't actually matter because those 2 combo boxes don't use that information. They just decided that the width of a combo box is 150 pixels or something, and then it draws a picture of the font, and it draws a picture, and the pictures are what are actually shown, none of the cached glyphs and all the rest of it. So, you know, you don't need that, so it's a one-line fix that says if you're in user draw mode, which is what that is, don't cache the glyphs, you're not going to use them, and you get whatever that is, the 2 megs, depending on the number of fonts. For me, with the number of fonts I have, it's 2 megs per document. So those there kind of add up to, for my case, with those mentioned examples, about 5 megs per document. A writer kit is about 50, so you're looking at about a 10% saving in memory with the mentions there per at the kit level. Moving up then to CoolWSD itself, you can use the same techniques with tcmalloc and dumping out the profiles to find out what are your live allocations. And I was looking generally at live allocations and not allocations over time, but that is also a factor because once you allocate something, the program tends to hold on to it. So if you allocate 7 megs and you release 4 megs, your footprint is still that original 7 megs. So once you start allocating a lot of things, you're generally stuck at that high water mark outside of special cases where you've made an exceptional allocation, which is, we'll forget about that, but generally you're stuck at the high water mark, which means that if you have, in this case, the very, very first initial startup of CoolWSD, which loads up all of the documents that it will serve out later on, all of the HTML documents and whatnot, loads them all up, and it does that in a certain way that it uses a lot of memory temporarily for that process, that when it actually then settles and it's finished doing its initialization and has allocated, you know, 100 megs or 200 megs to do that, and then afterwards it only needs 5 megs, it doesn't matter, it still has a footprint of, you know, that 200 megs. But by using the same technique, you can find out where are your allocations. This is just a freshly started CoolWSD. It hasn't done anything except load up the HTML files it'll serve out later on. And what you can do there then is you've got 2 levels of things that are using up memory. You've got the standard map is using more memory than you expect, and you can do things like shrink that down. And then the actual allocator itself, the malloc level, has also allocated memory that it refuses to return back unless you force it to. So 2 things, you can shrink at the explicit programming level that you want this to be shrunk down to the size it needs to fit, and then you can ask malloc, similar ones, malloc trim, to just explicitly return the memory they're not using back to the server, which means that the initial startup right now of CoolWSD will use a significantly less memory than it did in the previous major release. So you get that win going on. And because of that find as well, we've also more regularly are using the malloc trim to return back to the operating system memory that we're not using. So you should see a kind of a more realistic quantity of memory being used by the standard operating system memory using tools. They should be more realistic. I suppose another win, and I'm coming close to the end, another win here is the admin documents. If you're going into the admin page in Collaborate Online, it'll tell you what documents have been loaded up in the past, and while they're open, it'll update them as to how much memory they use, how long they've been open, things like that. Once a document is closed, it'll then show you the historical data on how much memory each individual document used while it was open. But once they've actually been closed, those numbers don't change. So rather than keep all the large structure that we were keeping of all the documents that we had ever opened in the past, we know we're only going to use them to be reported as a simple string. So output that as a simple string, throw away all the complicated structures, and now all of the historical documents are just a string, not a gigantic tree of data that will be dynamically updated. So it makes a difference over time. The longer your CoolWSD instance is up and running, the more of an impact this change makes. So if it's up for 5 minutes, no change. It's up for 2 or 3 weeks. The steady deterioration of loss of memory from this aspect is finished. It's complete and not an aspect anymore. What was in progress at the time of Right, and this slide has been 50% of it is merged. It's just an observation that similarly, as I said at the beginning, where if you use a lot of memory for a short period of time, you're stuck with the cost of that over a longer time, is that we identify places where we are accumulating large amounts of data in buffers and operating on that massive block, where we could instead do it in little smaller parts. Clipboards are a good example, where especially when you have large images and you select a large image and you copy it around the place, they balloon up to very, very large sizes. So rather than copy them around in huge memory blobs, either we try to save them as files and we hand off just the file name itself when we're moving between that CoolWSD and individual kits, or when we're moving from CoolWSD down to individual browser, that we're trying to serve them out as small chunks that your browser will pull down piece by piece, rather than trying to read them all into memory at the CoolWSD side and then having them there in this massive buffer until the browser's finished with them. So it's just a change of approach to try and identify what things are bloating up in memory, what the reasons are for that, and then identifying whether the approach is to, at a kit level, move the allocations around the place, shrink something because it doesn't need to be that big, or generally at the CoolWSD level, can we be more smart about how we use our memory so that we don't get these massive peaks and troughs and just get a more flat line, consistent approach. And that's it. Thank you.
Yeah. Last but not the least, hello. Yeah. My name is Rashesh. Today I'll talk about Cool Controller and how we support Kubernetes for Collabora Online. Yeah. So what is Cool Controller? Yeah. It is a specialized solution for deploying Collabora Online effectively within the Kubernetes cluster. Some of the core problems with Cool Controller, Collabora Online, when you have multi-cluster, multi-server configuration, is that you need to make sure that when you have a two differentiation from for the same document from two different browsers, we need to make sure that in this example, if browser 1 and browser 2 opens the document B, we need to make sure that it goes to the same Collabora Online server. Otherwise, you would have horrible problems. You would have data overwrite because both sessions will be open in different Collabora Online and they don't know about each other, what's going on between them. Yeah. And the other problem is scaling performance. For some, not for some reason, Kubernetes is is slow when you start to auto scale. So in general, Kubernetes, depending on your service provider, it can take 1 to 2 minutes or maybe 5 minutes, depending on the service provider to create new nodes, new machines to accommodate the load. These are some of the problems that we try to address using Cool Controller. Beside this WebSocket connection, which needs to go to the same Collabora Online pod, there are different requests that also depends on this session consistency, like clipboard and media requests. For the way to compensate the waiting time of this service provider, what we do is once once the new ports comes up, like after 3 or 5 minutes, we get to know that in the cool control, and cool control will try to move some load around and to make sure that documents are divided between the ports, so it doesn't degrade the performance for the users. This is what it looks like when you deploy cool control and Collabora Online in the Kubernetes. So this was like a refresher of the talk that I did last year. But now let's move on to the updates, the recent updates that we have done for it. One of the key thing is like we wanted to test the big clusters, right? Because that's the point of Kubernetes. Yeah. So for that, I need to scale Collabora Online like to hundreds. If I want to scale the Collabora Online to like hundreds of pods, it would be very hard for my local machine. Of course, I don't have those type of resources. So what I tried is I created a mockcool. I call it mockcool. So it mimics the cool functionality, like what controller depends on. So controller sucks out a lot of data from Collabora Online. So the controller depends on this interaction with the Collabora Online. So yeah, if I wanted to test it like hundreds of pods, I need to have something very less resource intensive for testing it locally. So I created a mockcool application to go with to test the large clusters, and it helps me to make sure that cool controller behaves consistently with the large clusters as well. And yeah, and the other thing that we did last year was Umbrella Helm chart. I don't know if you know, if you are from Kubernetes background, but Helm charts are like bunch of YAML file. You throw them together, and they create Kubernetes objects to make life easier for sysadmins. So before creating an Umbrella Helm chart, we had 2 different Helm charts. One was for cool, and the second one was for controller. So what you had to do is like configure your cool controller and configure cool separately, then install them both separately. It creates a friction for the sysadmins. So we created a parent Helm chart. Now both the Helm chart combines together, and you create just one file, and you create you can just deploy that Helm chart, and you can have your setup ready. Yeah, and the other recent thing I did was geolocation. Yeah, so if you have asked for demo accounts from Collabora website, you generally get 4 links for different regions. One for US, one for EU, and one for Japan, and one is for South America. Depending on what you want, you click on it, and it creates a demo account for you, etc., etc. But it makes our life harder, and users as also. So we need to maintain 4 different instances for OP host instances. For demo, we have Nextcloud, OwnCloud, and we have to for 4 different regions, we have to maintain 8 different OP host instances. Yeah. So the problem is that could rely on WebSocket connection. And if you want to make sure the Collabora is performing at its best, is to connect to the closest server. Yeah. So the goal is to have centralized WPOS instances and different geographically different cool instances, and so that when user opens a document in your central WPOS instance, they connect to the closest Collabora Online server. Yeah, it's few of the challenges that I had to face while doing that is like we design cool controller for Kubernetes deployment, and our demo servers are using traditional VMs. So I needed to port the cool controller to work on the VMs, and that's it. Yeah, and so this is how it works. Like we will open a document, client JS would send a request to the cool control, like which server it should go to. The request should have a time zone. So depending on the time zone, cool control will give the address, the domain of the server which is closest to the user. This is what architecture looks like. So there are 4 different VMs, and cool control is running in demo view, and the communication happens like I previously mentioned. Cool control has information about what's going on within the servers, so it can decide which cool server the request should go to. I have same slide twice, and yeah, so it makes sure that you always connect to the closest servers. Yeah, that's it. That's it for me. Thank you. If you have any question. Thank you.
Excellent. Congratulations. You have made it through. That is a lot of information, and I think it's probably time for rest. And then after a rest, not too much rest, we need some food and some very exciting games. Asher has been working hard, so has Naomi. All sorts of fun things are prepared for you, making castles out of sticks and stones and whatnot. It will be fun. It will be good. So meet us downstairs in the hotel lobby at 6:40. Bring your problem-solving mind, and yeah, be ready to have some fun. So that will be 6:40 downstairs in the lobby. See you there. Well done.